need caption link for Med C.
Kelly ran into one that I
You're only rolling the camera if something craps out.
So there's 2 cards in there, should I just format it just in case I need to change the camera?
Can I swap out your deck?
Yeah, just one.
No.
I just want you to do that. Just stand right there and bring it back to me.
On everything.
Yeah, just hit the phone, that's all.
So which one's one?
Oh, this one here. There was an afternoon session I got canceled.
Ah.
So my hair is still put together.
Tomorrow you said at 9.
You should see.
Hey Eric,
Yeah.
all streams should be 1500K, not 1200, all right?
Yep. Can you bring your camera tomorrow?
Yeah, man, that should cool.
You'll just bring it to your.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you might bring our sticks and cameras.
Eric, I'm going to give you a caption URL for Andrew's room.
Yep. You're gonna paste it into the sheet,
Yeah,
right?
I'm doing that right now. He's in mid-C, right?
Yep.
Okay, his is in there.
All right, let me grab it.
God dang it.
All right, so those are done. Andrew's gotta get in there. You can't do the caption link for Hemisphere B yet, right?
I do it. I can't.
You wanna wait till Chris is going, or you wanna just, it's not gonna create it again, is it?
It might, that's the, I don't know.
All right, let's just wait till it's time. We got a whole nother hour until that goes.
Eric, do you have audio going into your camera?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got a card in here? Are we recording ISO in here?
We already talked about recording.
Are you able to do that channel? We're not.
I mean, she'd have to change the card every hour. I mean,
There's a phone in there now.
In Andrews or Hemisphere?
Hemisphere B.
Okay.
Chris is over there too.
Erica, is your girl cap, what's her name, Robin? No, Brandy. Is Brandy connected? Is she able to shoot through some test captions?
You get super serial?
Not on there.
Okay.
You get that super serial?
What?
The super serial they make there? Or is that oatmeal?
I thought it was oatmeal.
They have one that's called super cereal that's.
Maybe that's usually that's
Yeah,
never.
it's pretty
What's
good
that?
stuff.
You're gonna leave everything as is, we're gonna make some right
I had some last time I was here.
Go again.
You guys are eating breakfast, you're not supposed to.
Saturday, basketball.
Everything is.
Do you guys go into Hemisphere any day later?
Later at 1.
No, if you just, not for.
We left at school.
How are you?
The one that you took them? I took them. I Friday.
Oh, what was the email gonna say?
Today was funny because I was at CBS too. I forgot about it. So I'm like, all right, I'm good. You got it. So I did it. What do you do? You turned off that?
Okay, well, you got my phone number. If something happens, just call me. I'm gonna call you on the phone right now. What number should I call?
Are we shopping? Yeah, you find me good. Yeah, we
Sure.
found
Yep,
stuff
yep.
for, I'm gonna do a trunk retreat
Hang on.
with Brian and Kayla.
Three what?
Oh,
Yep.
we were trying to think like what to do.
And call him.
So I was like,
I'm gonna take a picture.
they have all that stuff on the Alice movie. So I was like, why are we doing Alice movie? So that's what we're doing.
All right, so I'm gonna go up and talk into the microphone. The level should be pretty good. I've already set it, so.
I'm gonna put my phone down. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. This is a test of the audio. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, good. You got audio?
Perfect. Do you want to connect to stream text?
Who's gonna be what, Remy York? Me.
Okay. Yeah, and then when you get in, if you just push captions, this says please stand by for captions. The webcast should begin shortly. Oh, now I'm talking to my phone. I'm talking to my phone now.
Oh, I
Sorry.
got one call at 6:30.
Yeah, so when you get logged in stream text, you can push captions every couple minutes that says please stand by the webcast. That way we can make sure the captions are coming in. You should have that usually in the background. All right. Again, if you need me, just call me. All right, thanks.
Eric, is she gonna push a test? She gonna push a test?
All right, will do. Thanks. She's getting connected. Hey. All right. Her.
Okay.
Is het ook story?
Plug in or find another power source. 7%. I have an issue. Yeah?
You for sure know the password.
Yes, it is Geo Week 2017, then Logical Capital. G-O-W in capitals and then Week in smaller. 214. And I have an issue.
I do have an issue. Maybe not. I'm an expert. The computer was saying that it was dying. Energy. No, because I already found the button. I was kind of scared for a moment.
All fine, no problem.
It was great. 10 minutes or so.
Right. So let's try to start. We are already 10 minutes late. So even if people are still trying to find a room and so on, I would like to thank you to come to this to this first actually side event of this week. We proposed this title, The Role of Research and Innovation in the Eurogeo's Regional Initiative. I'm Joan Mazó. I work in CREAF in a research group. CREAF is a Barcelona research center in a research group that is called GRUMETS. And I'm working on some projects which logos out there, and I apologize because I forgot about TerraPlanet and I didn't put it there. So I'm always doing this, forgetting things. So when I was trying to prepare this session, I was wondering what to do, and I had the alternative of preparing a very formal session with people that speak and then questions, normal format. But I thought, come on, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, people are just arriving, they probably are in a jet lag. So instead of doing that, let's just try to be imaginative, and when you are imaginative, you risk things. So I propose a different format. Let's start saying that we have heard about this idea of Eurogeos. It is one of the regional initiatives of GEOs, of course, AfriGeos, AmeriGeos, Asia-Pacific Geos, and now Eurogeos. So what is Eurogeos? So sorry, because I will not say what is, because there is a launching event just by the end of the day, and they will tell you everything about that. But even if I will not say anything, we have an intuition of what should be, so we can still speak even if we don't know exactly about what. I don't know if you want to say some words about it, or we just go ahead and see. Please. I believe it's better that you come to use one of these mics just for the people in the streaming.
Okay, thank you everybody. So I'm Marjan van Mierlo, I work for the European Commission, and this afternoon we're going to have the launch event of the Eurogeos initiative. It's already been sort of out there in concept and so on, so that's why we're talking about it here, but the official launch will be this afternoon. The DG of Research is going to be there, he's also the lead co-chair. Copernicus there. And then we have a couple of examples. One of them by Thierry Chen, who's also here. We have Pierre Defourny and we have Max Kraglia. So I invite you all to come here. It's also in this room, so I hope you have enough space to fit everybody in. But please come here. It's at 4:30. So thank you. Thank you, John.
Yes, you are welcome. There is also another event related with Eurogeos here just after this one, and this is the one that are organizing the research infrastructures that you will lead, I believe. So please, this is not the last time that you are going to hear all this, of course, this is just the beginning. So when the issue of the Eurogeos was presented and I read the first drafts, I had the kind of a feeling that the intentions of the Commission was to consolidate what was already there, instead of pushing new things or going forward on or even beyond in some aspects. And I thought maybe from the research point of view, we can still say something about GEOS and the European perspective on that. So I wanted to discuss with you which are these innovative things that we still believe that Eurogeos need, that we can accumulate to the things that we have been doing for several years now. The format is very simple. We are going to structure this discussion in 3 blocks. The first block, we are going to talk about the potential of the current European data products. In the second block, we are going to talk about analytics and visualization of data. And the third block, we are going to talk about data management in general. So for each block, I will propose less than 10 minutes video, except the first one, that it's a little bit longer, for inspiration. And then I will ask everybody to participate in a 20-minute discussion related to the topic video and the general framework of these discussions today. I will propose some initial questions to start, but you can divert from those, of course, with new additions. And I will try to record the possible discussions and actions that emerge from this discussion. So let's go ahead with the first video. It is for the inspiration of this topic, combined use of cross-disciplinary data sets to showcase the power of GEOS and Eurogeos in particular. So the video is about the global surface water. Alan Lebwart, that actually is here, I saw him this morning. He's not here in this room, but he's here in this building, I mean. He's in the other room. So it's presenting that video. It is explaining everything about the use of, in particular about the changes that we are doing in the environment and condition, how the surface water shapes are changing. So it is talking about dataset series that starts in 1984 to the day, and is done in a TED format conference. So, okay, so let me go and try and start the video. To do that, I need a mouse, and I don't see anyone in my screen because it's in the other screen. Okay, now it's in my screen. This is the first one. Pim pim. And now I probably should move it here, maybe.
Yeah, mapping the world's most precious resource.
And
because that immediately poses. And I'm guessing for some of you it might be gold or diamonds, and for some of you it might be oil or gas maybe. But in fact, for every one of you, in fact, never mind every one of you, every living thing, it's water. No water, no life. Now we know that most of the world's water is actually stored in the oceans, and then some of it's stored in the clouds and in snow and in ice, and some of it's under the planet's surface, and some of it's actually in you as well. But less than 1 in 1,000 litres sits in the lakes and the rivers and the wetlands on the land, which is where we live. And so that makes it incredibly important, because it means if we want something to drink, we don't need to dig a well. It's there. Because it sits on the planet's surface, it also affects the climate, and it affects the movement of animals and agriculture, and it affects transport and biodiversity, it affects energy production, it affects culture. Think of a house with a view of a lake and a house without a view of a lake. Sadly, it also affects the movement of pollution and toxin and diseases. So, because of its importance, you would think that we knew where every last drop of it was, but we don't. In fact, all maps that we have of water are wrong some of the time, and some of the maps that we have are wrong all of the time. And the common thing there is time. We know that water flows and water moves, but in fact water bodies change too. Lakes dry up. When we dam a river, we create a new lake. It was land, now it's a lake. Rivers meander and move, and we create new rivers as well. We call them canals, but effectively we created an artificial river. So over the years, what is drawn on the map and what is really there is different. And then even within a single year, things change. As the wet season comes, wetlands form. As the summer season comes, melt ponds form. As the growing season comes, the farmers flood the fields. So even within a year, water changes. So if we're going to map this, ideally, we'd have a time machine. But we don't have a time machine. We do have satellites. And we have satellites like this one that the United States Geological Survey, which is an awful mouthful, so we say USGS, have been flying for many, many years. Now, not only have they been flying them for years, and these things take a picture of the planet's surface every 16 days, they've been keeping the pictures, archiving them, and also making them freely available, so that someone like me can go back in time, and we can look at what the lakes in the Alps or wherever it is looked like in 1985. So on satellite pictures like this, vegetation looks green, clouds are white, towns and bare soil is the brown colour, and the water appears black. Because I have my time machine, I can jump forward 30 years as well, and I can look at the change. Well, not much has actually changed in terms of the water here. Lake Maggiore was here 10,000 years ago, and it hasn't changed much in the interim. Some years it does. When it's a very, very wet year, then the lake will expand ever so slightly, and that can have a massive impact if you happen to be living in that little bit of land that's usually land but is now underwater. So it will affect you personally. On the global scale, not such a big impact. But that's not the case globally. If we go to the Amazon forest now, we're looking at the same sort of area. It's about nearly 200 kilometers across that picture, same as before. What we can see there is one river coming across the main body of the image, and we can see one road. Then, in the middle of the 1980s, a dam is starting to be built. They've cleaned all the forest out, building a dam to build a hydroelectric power station. Close the dam, and the river starts turning into a lake. And it fills, and it fills, and it fills. And over the space of 2 years, we flood 2,500 square kilometers of forest. Used to be forest, now it's lake. If you want to see that continues for the next 30 years, that lake's still there today. It wasn't there in 1985. Now we have a lake that if we moved it to the Alps, it would be that big. It would fill everywhere from Milan up to Switzerland, and it wasn't there 30 years ago. So things are changing. Now, here's our first problem. These satellites are measuring light, colour effectively, and water isn't one colour. It depends on what's in it and what's under it. So it's a huge challenge to map it globally. Second problem we face is when you look at the planet from space, there's a lot of stuff that isn't water that looks like water. So you have to resolve this confusion. And I work with some very smart people at the Joint Research Centre who've been capable of doing that. So we've resolved that problem. That leaves us a second problem. We've not got to do this once if we're going to cover the whole planet. We've got to do it 3 million times to build up that time series, that time machine going back 30 years. And that's a big computational task. If we'd had one computer, we'd have to switch that computer on when Charlemagne conquered Saxony in 804 and leave it running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 1,200 years. It's that much computer time. Now, we also work with some pretty smart people at Google's Earth Engine, and they got our expert system to run not on one computer, but on 10,000 computers. So we were able to take all those satellite images and turn them into a unique set of maps, which now include time. So the intensity of the blue, this is a river in India that you can see, the intensity of the blue is directly proportional to the amount of time that that location has been underwater. So if it's bright blue, it's been always water for 32 years. Where it's a lighter color, it's been underwater for less time. Because it's digital, we can actually turn that into maps of change. So the black areas on the map is where there has been no change over 32 years. The red is where it used to be water, and now it's land. And the green is where it used to be land, and now it's water. And we can compute those changes across the entire planet, and what we find is that the planet, over 32 years, has lost 90,000 square kilometers of lakes and rivers. They've just gone. Now, if you just think for a moment that the European Union has 86,000 square kilometers of permanent lakes and water, we'd lose everything in 32 years. We haven't lost all our water, but other parts of the world have. And when we look at the planet in the global context, we find that most of that loss is concentrated. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan have lost the Aral Sea. Afghanistan and Iran have lost the Hamun wetlands. Iran has lost Lake Urmia, and Iraq is losing all of the lakes around Baghdad. Now, it's not just the scale of the loss, it's the speed of the loss. If we zoom in on the lakes near Baghdad and we look at what it was like in 1985, a full lake. 15 years later, the islands have got a little bigger and the lakes contracted slightly, but not much change. But look what happens in the next 15 years. Between 2000 and 2015, the lake is gone. So it's the speed of the change as well. And of course, that has a massive impact on people's lives. In fact, it has a massive impact on all life. But so, too, does the inverse. Getting more water, increasing water. We tell ourselves we need dams, we need them for the hydroelectric, and we need them for irrigation. But when you build a dam, you change everything. You change everything above where the dam's built and below where the dam's built. And when we look at that on the planetary scale, we do not see the same concentration because many people are building dams. We have our friend Balbina in Brazil, but that's just one of many dams that Brazil has built. US has built dams, Sudan has built dams, Spain has built dams, Turkey has built dams, India has built dams, China has built dams, Canada has built dams, Myanmar has built dams. I could carry on for ages. In total, we might have lost 90,000 square kilometers, but we've gained 184,000 square kilometers. That's twice as much water as has been lost. Effectively, the world is getting wetter. Now, most of that is due to dam building, but not all of it. And on the third pole, the Himalayan plateau, we're finding that all of the lakes are increasing in size because of climate change. Increased snowmelt, increased glacier runoff, and every single lake, if we go into the Tibetan Plateau, is growing in size. In total, we've lost about 8,000 square kilometers of grazing land, and that's forcing animals away. It's threatening roads, it's threatening villages, it's having a huge impact. So what we're finding is that as we've looked at our planet from space, when we first looked at it, we changed the view of the planet forever. But what we've been doing in the last 30 years is measuring the change that we're wreaking on our planet, that we're exerting on our planet. And we have to change the way that we're working. And if we're going to do that, it's got to be based on facts. Now, seeing is believing. And if I sit on this data and hold it to myself, it's not going to help you or anybody else. So the European Commission's Copernicus program and our friends at Google Earth Engine are making all of these maps and all of the data and all of the statistics available free to everybody. So you can go to this map site and you can see the true beauty of our watery world for yourself. Seeing is believing. You can download the data even. So we're making this data available. We're making it available to scientists. We're making it available to politicians. And we're making it available to you. So go there, look at the maps, and enjoy it. Thank you.
Right, so that is the first one. How I can get rid of this now, here. Right. Oh my. So this is one of the global data sets that the European Union is providing, the global surface water, but we have others. There is a global settlement map. This is a particular example of the European success. We have a global steam flow characteristics data set. We have a global land cover. We have an European soil database. And we have even a very imaginative global map of accessibility. And all these maps that I'm showing to you are public. I just guaranteed that there is a download button where you can really get the actual data. So summarizing what we have seen, there are topics about big data, the emphasis on the changes, and the most important thing, at least for the Sustainable Development Goals, this capacity of express granularity, this capacity of tell us exactly where changes are happening, not at the country level, but of course at a much more resolution level. So the question is, and maybe I can recover this also here, because if not I will be confused. The question is, do you remember the examples of the data sets that I have showed to you that are really of these characteristics? Which are the limitations of this? What we can do, what we cannot do? It could be easy then to combine these data sets and get new answers. So what we can do with them, no? And in some sense, what is the value of what we are contributing to years with these maps? Which are the barriers to do these analytics with these maps? This is part of the limitations part. And do we know that there are some kind of topics where it's haven't been possible yet to provide a data set like this? And it could be very useful, and there are people already trying to do something. These are my questions for you. We have maybe 10 or 15 minutes to this discussion. So help me here. Who wants to start? For instance, you are the expert one of the experts on the land, and we have seen that this guy has produced this not just a map of water coverage. He has produced several of them that allow us to see these changes in time. So is it possible to have a land cover, land use map like this with this frequency, or there are technical limitations where we are limiting us to have one every 5 years or something like that? Tell me.
Okay. You're asking me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you all understand? Yeah, don't need a microphone. Well, yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's very interesting to, for the first time now, seeing these 13-meter type of maps coming out. There are several ones which have been mentioned. So there is the water product, there is the global human settlement layer, and there is now, as we probably know, the CCI product which has been produced from 82, not with Landsat though, but with other data sets, including AVHR, Mary's data. They have been also integrated, but it's the first time that there are now change products coming out. Initially, the easy ones, or the easy one are water. The easy one is also human settlement. The more challenging one, the forest maps we've also seen, you know,
Yeah.
forest
Yeah.
change maps are existing as well. That's coming out from University of Maryland. But what is more difficult and more challenging is, for example, the differentiation between cropland change versus natural vegetation. That's not still very challenging and has not really been that much addressed. But coming back to this product from CCI, I think it's also the first time that these products are coming out there. There's still a lot of work which needs to be done, and this is the point I want to make. There is still extremely high uncertainty, so mapping is easy. And I think what Alan Bellwood's group has done in the JRC is extraordinary because the accuracy is really high. But it's easy, it's an easy bit. Already when you move to forest, it becomes already much more challenging because it's also related to risk, it's also related to the definition, but also it's related to many other things, spectral separability, for example. But we have to go there. I think it's a really, really important theme. We have the data, we can theoretically do it. We don't quite have the training data yet. We started to look at the accuracy, for example, of this initial product, the CCI change map. I think it's a good step forward, but we are not there because the change maps themselves, when you look really at change over time, are really not convincing, to be honest, because many things are not represented, such as the massive abandonment which has happened in former Soviet Union is actually not sufficiently captured in these maps. So we have still a lot of work to do on this change mapping on very high resolution, but it's at the same time a big opportunity. That's my statement to break the ice anyway.
Okay, thank you.
If somebody has something to comment, there's some people from ESA there, there's some other people here who might have some thoughts.
As Gunter Schreier from DLR, as we are in the Eurogeos like infancy and being created, etc., what would be the tendency, the bias, to specifically to use European data sets like the central data sets? Or in other words, we have now heard from Alan this Landsat history, and unfortunately, USGSF, we don't have the history. We have a little bit with ERS and Envisat, but wouldn't we put a specific focus, not like only Europeans, but is there an issue on saying what kind of data sets on this global level we can generate from specifically in future Central 2, Central 1 with a history back going to ERS-1. My colleagues do an interferometric ground stability map, partly going back to the ERS-1 days. So is there an issue on this Eurogeos and specifically using these European Earth observation data sets? More a question than a
Yeah. Yeah, and this is related with this idea that if we have to focus on the European dimension, or we have some kind of an obligation that since we have the Sentinel constellation, we go for global products anyway from Europe, stimulated from Europe, using the Landsat heritage for compensating this lack of, backwards history. Let's just call it that way.
Did you do also a study, let's say, who is in fact downloading this type of maps for what purpose, and are they researchers? And if they are researchers, are they using for what purposes? Are they informing policymakers? So what's the use of the maps behind downloading them? Because that, I think, is driving more, let's say, the needs on maybe the policymakers behind them. So what is being done on this area?
Yeah, if I may be provocative here, I don't imagine Donald Trump downloading these data sets for decision making himself. so probably there is some kind of scientific work that needs to be done to translate these data sets into something useful for decision making. I believe some kind of a summary and some kind of of change detection. As we said, and so on. This also links with the next video that I wanted to show you on how to interpret data and how to present data in a way that is easier to understand for the decision making.
Yeah, just following your remark, is downloading the way to go?
Yeah, that's a good question too. Yes.
Because there are trends to try to basically send process to where the data are stored and get back the results. So there's a kind of paradigm, and you will see all the amount of data that could be available, the size, they are more precise or more bigger than ever. It's more details. Will it be worth to download, to have those download capacity, rather than changing, having process done and get back the results? It could be something to meditate.
Yeah. Actually, the documentary has this emphasis at the beginning on this collaboration with Google that made possible that because of the big data and the difficulties in that part. Yeah.
To follow up on this comment, yes, it is really a question what to do with the data. Do you download that? And I guess it's a massive amount of data that you would need to download. So how long would it take to download that, to process it, to do something meaningful with it? And the other way is, well, to push tasks, to push executable code where the data is located, and then enable a particular process to run on that. Now the problem is, if you have created such a data map, you don't know what others would need in terms of processing. So the only thing that you could offer is a kind of a processing service or something like a slot, where others can plug in and execute things to get things back. So because you don't know what others want, you cannot provide a particular executable task. So you need a system, that's what I'm after at the end of the day. You need a particular system that allows something like, okay, here is a slot, and trusted applications can plug in here, trusted services can be executed here, but only trusted application and services can hook in here, use our resources and process a particular result that is useful for them. So you rent your data to be used with a service for a particular purpose, for a particular time, and you can use our computational environment, but we need to trust you. And so the pointer is for tomorrow's session. So data processing is great, but you also need a system, you need an APIs, you need to specify something in that direction, how to make good and better use of all these maps and all the data sets that are being produced.
And I have to say, this is also easier to say when you say, I have raw data, I want to produce one of these products, but when you have these products, those are distributed in several different places, and then, do this crossing through themes, it's again a challenge.
What you described, JRC and Elm specifically for this data set has done it with Google Earth Engine, obviously.
Yeah.
So, but what's currently ongoing, partly also motivated by the Amazon's and Google Earth Engine or Ribbon, is that also Europe is going to respond with European cloud, DIAS, and all these initiatives. Let's see where we finally end up with regard to this. But this is exactly the theme, not just downloading all the data, but offering a platform, a trusted platform where you can put your applications, whatever secure or shared with science it is, merge with other data, but it should be all on the platform. That's right. That's currently ongoing. Maybe ESA colleagues and the European Commission colleagues can talk more about this, DIAS, but also European Science Cloud. So there are several like these initiatives.
Amanda Regan, I work in our DG RTD, or I'm on secondment from ESA, and I've been involved in the EuroGeos concept paper. Just to say that the idea of EuroGeos is it's the European component to GEOS, first of all. It's not going to be limited to just European data sets. Open data sets like Landsat or any others, they can be, we're not going to put an invisible fence around, oh, this is mine, this is not yours, you know. So I think we need, we're looking at all available data sets. We're also working with DIAS, with the European Science open data. So we're trying to connect all of these elements together. And yeah, there'll be more information in the launch event later.
Thanks. Wonder about different data sets. I don't know what you want to say, but I was thinking about is, can we do global things about habitats going beyond land cover? That's what I mean. But say what you wanted to say first.
I can reply to your question. It's good to have all these data sets, but it's even better if the politicians and the people who are going to use them can trust them.
Yes.
In order to be able to trust, if I apply methodology to a global level, then this methodology might not be in specific areas as accurate as it should be for the politicians to take decisions upon. So there are some regional networks already operating, trying to validate here and there the global products. I think it could be nice if we can somehow coordinate, in a sense, all these efforts, because there are publications coming here and there. I have validated here, I have validated there, I found these results. So if we can coordinate this and bring it to a kind of centralized database or whatever, so that this data can also be trusted with a specific accuracy percentage. In matters of translating one product to the other, there are one-to-many relations. It's not one-to-one always, and there are many different nomenclatures. And there are some efforts done by the Eagle Group, so far I know, and also by the LCCS, trying to give ways to translate from one to the other, so from land cover categories to habitat categories, and moreover to ecosystem, let's say, services and so on, as a prolongation.
Yeah, and this is also related with the essential variables work, the vocabularies. Vocabularies are more for maybe what you were talking about were more for categories, but in the continuous domain, the essential variables are also things that we are talking about. What about habitats? Can we build a global map about habitats and habitat change detection and ecosystem services and all this stuff?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
It's a very provocative question.
Of course.
Very ambitious. But through many projects we are trying to do that for specific reasons and try to understand the functioning behind.
Mm-hmm.
And this cannot only be solved by the remote sensing per se. We need the expert of knowledge, and we need that the ecologists understand the remote sensing people, and that the remote sensing people understand the ecologists to come together to bring this forward.
Yeah, just one thing. I think if we really want to fully understand globally the degree of biodiversity loss, these kind of change maps of habitats, well, it's basically translating the land cover to a habitat class. And once you do that, you are very close to better understanding biodiversity loss. Essentially, it means to use habitat or land cover information to derive a so-called biodiversity impactness index. So this is basically one way to go, where habitat is an input into understanding habitat loss. And if you have 30-meter reliable land cover change information as we have for the water, I think we are very close to much better understand threats and changes in biodiversity, especially with respect to the well-documented ones, which are the birds and the mammals and so on. But that's the first step. So I think it's extremely valuable, those change products, of course taking into account a certain kind of legend, crosswalking definition, using the Eagle or the LCCS concept. I fully agree.
Let me, in the interest of moving on, let me do even the most difficult question. I will say an acronym, and you will say maybe only a word or a sentence. A very high resolution. It's an acronym. Yeah.
Okay, very high resolution is crucial if you are talking about biodiversity changes in specific areas, such as in the Mediterranean areas, where you cannot use high resolution data. The problem is that now you have regular coverage of very high resolution data, and this is really a problem for people really interested in habitat changes. Another problem is the availability of centralized in situ data that you need to combine or to provide habitat from land covers. And this is, I think, these are issues related to very high resolution data. But I would like to add something which is related to the semantic related to changes. It is very difficult for me, or probably unfeasible, to talk about change map, global change map, or a regional change map without defining firstly the questions that we are trying to answer. What kind of change? From a land cover class to another land cover class, from an habitat to another habitat, or changes within a specific class, both land cover, habitat, or other things. Without this the definition of the specific questions or the definition of the semantic related to changes, it is really difficult to provide useful change products, according to me, because you have different stakeholders, different users, and if you are working with ecologists, they say, please provide me all changes. If you work with the geologists, please provide me all changes. So it's very difficult to provide useful change now, globally or locally, without relating the products to the question.
Yeah. This is a problem of the chicken and egg also, no? You produce a data set to answer a specific question, then there are others that are trying to use that data set and combining to answer other questions, but the product was not formulated for those questions in the first place. So we have difficulties here. Well, and also going back to the very high resolution, we have this lack of continuity, spatial, temporal, and we have also the cost problem on very high resolution too. Okay, let me move on to the next video. This is I was kind of fascinated by this video. I was standing in my living room, just on front of the TV, throw me whatever you want, and I saw this video on the BBC Channel 4, and I really recommend that you look for the full version of it. But what I wanted to offer you is just a fragment where you will see the history of the humanity in the last 200 years, actually the history of 200 countries, explained using only 2 parameters. And I really love this part. But first, let me just offer you just the start of the video, and that was how I was amazed by it. Oh my!
It's awash with data that comes pouring in from everywhere around us. On its own, this data is just noise and confusion. To make sense of data, to find the meaning in it, we need the powerful branch of science, statistics.
Believe me, there's nothing boring about statistics, especially not today when we can make the data sing.
With statistics, we can really make sense of the world. And there's more. With statistics, the data deluge, as it's being called, is leading us to an ever greater understanding of life on Earth and the universe beyond.
And thanks to the incredible power of today's computers, it may fundamentally transform the process of scientific discovery.
I kid you not, statistics is now the sexiest subject around.
Okay, so going back to directly to the fragment of the video that I would like to show you. This is to start just here.
Visualization is right at the heart of my own work too. I teach global health. And I know having the data is not enough. I have to show it in ways people both enjoy and understand. Now, I'm going to try something I've never done before. Animating the data in real space, with a bit of technical assistance from the crew.
So, here we go. First, an axis for health. Life expectancy, from 25 years to 75 years. And down here, an axis for wealth, income per person, $400,000, $4,000, and $40,000. So down here is poor and sick, and up here is rich and healthy. Now, I'm going to show you the world 200 years ago, in 1810. Here come all the countries. Europe brown, Asia red, Middle East green, Africa south of Sahara blue, and the Americas yellow. And the size of the country bubbles show the size of the population. And in 1810, it was pretty crowded down there, wasn't it? All countries were sick and poor. Life expectancy were below 40 in all countries. And only UK and the Netherlands were slightly better off, but not much. And now, why start the world? The Industrial Revolution makes countries in Europe and elsewhere move away from the rest. But the colonized countries in Asia and Africa, they are stuck down there. And eventually, the Western countries get healthier and healthier. And now we slow down to show the impact of the First World War and the Spanish flu epidemic. What a catastrophe. And now I speed up through the 1920s and the 1930s. And in spite of the Great Depression, Western countries forge on towards greater wealth and health. Japan and some others try to follow, but most countries stay down here. Now, after the tragedies of the Second World War, we stop a bit to look at the world in 1948. 1948 was a great year. The war was over, Sweden topped the medal table at the Winter Olympics, and I was born. But the differences between the countries of the world was wider than ever. United States was in the front, Japan was catching up. Brazil was way behind, Iran was getting a little richer from oil, but still had short lives. And the Asian giants, China, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh and Indonesia, they were still poor and sick down here. But look what is about to happen. Here we go again. In my lifetime, former colonies gained independence, and then finally they started to get healthier and healthier and healthier. And in the 1970s, then countries in Asia and Latin America started to catch up with the Western countries. They became the emerging economies. Some in Africa follows. Some Africans were stuck in civil war and others hit by HIV. And now we can see the world today in the most up-to-date statistics. Most people today live in the middle, but there are huge differences at the same time between the best of countries and the worst of countries. And there are also huge inequalities within countries. These bubbles show country averages, but I can split them. Take China, I can split it into provinces. There goes Shanghai. It has the same wealth and health as Italy today. And there is the poor inland province Guizhou. It is like Pakistan. And if I split it further, the rural parts are like Ghana in Africa.
And yet, despite the enormous disparities today, we have seen 200 years of remarkable progress. That huge historical gap between the West and the rest is now closing. We have become an entirely new converging world. And I see a clear trend into the future. With aid, trade, green technology and peace, it's fully possible that everyone can make it to the healthy, wealthy corner. Well, what you just seen in the last few minutes is a story of 200 countries shown over 200 years and beyond. It involved plotting of 120,000 numbers. Pretty neat, huh?
Okay, that's it. I was really amazed by several things about this documentary and this fragment in particular. The most important thing is it gives us a message of optimism. I was happy after seeing this graphic. The guy was not only able to show me a lot of details and things that I never thought in that way. It was even a feeling, no? So, I mean, the question is, can we do the same with Earth observation? We really need guys like this one, that by the way died the last year, unfortunately. So we need a replacement, but we need also the Earth observation communication ambassador maybe, and also all these summaries. And talking about summaries, I'm offering here dashboards. This is a possible way of summarizing things, and these are summaries made by the World Bank. This is not a this doesn't have a spatial granularity. It's just talking about countries, but it's a very good way of representing the tendencies in the Sustainable Development Goals. Several indicators represented there. You can just seeing at those diagrams see if these small island countries are improving or not. And you can also do maps with this, it's again World Bank data, with this same data, and emphasize on the singularities. No? Ecuador is the country with more threatened species, or this one that show us that for water sanitation, we still have important gaps of no data here and there, apart from being this region the worst. And for terrestrial protected areas, amazed to see in particular that my country is in good shape about that. You know, it's very simple representations that help you to communicate that. So this, to me, it's called knowledge extraction, and it's the holy grail of what we are doing here. We are trying to extract knowledge, and we are trying to communicate this knowledge to serve decision making. So questions to offer to you in the era of the big data. How can Eurogeos improve the extraction of information and knowledge from data? Can the knowledge be also entertainment? How do we communicate the knowledge? So do we need these Earth observation ambassadors that I was talking about, or do we need to create new visualization tools? Because I have the feeling that the GCI addressed this comparability, but it's not addressing so well this presentation, this data visualization, this data communication that probably we need. And I know Eurogeos is not about tools, but you know, maybe I can convince that small tools could be also worth to take into account. So I open the floor again for discussion, and also for the ones, if any, that are following this in streaming. We are also monitoring the YouTube chat window. So if you have something to ask or something to say, please type it there, and Yvette will see it immediately. So who is the guy with that wants to break the ice? You know, the friends are to use them when you need it. So you have been working on presenting energy data in new portals and visualizations, Sensor One and so on. I don't know. Can you tell me something about that just to start?
Yes, that's not that easy, but yeah, I think definitely there's a need to presenting better way. So for me, the GCI is there. It's okay. It has shown us for the past 10 years that it has been capable of gathering information. There's a lot of things that has been done regarding the use of standard, interoperability, best practices. We have experimented this in the energy area because we were basically not knowledgeable about this 10 years ago, and this is a really great amount of work. So now, of course, there's a trend, and this is what has been presented here, to do more with those data. So whatever can be done in order to better present, to better summarize the tremendous work of scientists that has been taking years of gathering data should be of any help. So we have done this doing pilots. I also think that there is not any one-size-fits-all kind of, let's say, magic. So when it comes to talking to your community, you need to have really some precise look and feel kind of, let's say, application that really talk to the people you want to talk to. So I've been experimenting this many times, so getting rid of those magic of one-size-fits-all, the application that will present all the data that are in the background in a matter of a snap of fingers. So this is something. And then there are plenty of, well, the GCI is opening with the API in order to facilitate basically the extraction. And I think that whatever could be done in that sense could be supported. So now we have really nice, let's say, framework to extract, to present those kind of visualization, taking a bit of, let's say, work regarding how it has been done is a bit sci-fi. But having this available on the web with really practical, up to the point message for a given community, really well identified, is definitely the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Please.
Again, I fully support the idea to better visualize and display data. But on the other hand, especially when it comes to statistics, I guess it was also British author who wrote the famous book, How to Lie with Statistics. So statistics always has, what would I like to achieve with the statistics? So I haven't seen seldom statistics where somebody said, let's do some graphics and find out what the data is about. So especially when it comes to visualization. The stuff he has, for instance, told is nice, is a positive thing, but if you're going more in the deep, you can also make a statistic that the wealth of the earth is concentrated more and more on very fewer people where there are more poorer people. So there's other statistics also run. What I'm going to say here, especially when it comes to socioeconomic, and I think geos cannot be divided, only Earth observation and environment, and the rest we don't care about socioeconomic. As soon as we enter socioeconomic, you have to have a political opinion somewhere. So we enter, of course, a kind of political arena. I wouldn't say this is bad. Maybe EuroGeos will have the feature that they specifically open for political opinion and socioeconomic factors, because maybe others won't, or fear to do this. So I think we need to have this combination, but then we have also a socioeconomic opinion, maybe European socioeconomic opinion about the combination of socioeconomics and economy. Because some people say you can't have both, a nice economy and everybody is wealthy, a nice environment and healthy environment and a growing economy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, making the links between the statistics which can lie and the enthusiasm you are very sensitive to, I wonder if you can be so enthusiastic and convince and try to convince others if it's not data that you have built yourself. Can you really be so convinced if you have to make a study or a presentation based on data which have been pre-processed by other people, where you don't master all the algorithms which have been used? And so the question for EuroGeos is how far as the raw data to be available, or more processed and value-added products? And this is where the threshold has to be looked for, I think.
Yeah. Oh, well, we are seeing the increase in both, I believe. We are seeing the increase in availability of raw data, and we are seeing the availability on value added.
I just wanted to make one more point which relates a bit to what you said, you know, how can we really have impact and how can we have also some interest by the policymakers. And I think what policymakers are interested, they want to know something about the past, but what they are primarily worried about is how can I now influence the future. And this relates to the linkage between Earth observation and modeling. And I think we need to make a real effort to feed more of the Earth observation data into the modeling. And the big advantage of this very high resolution data becoming available, or high resolution Sentinel type of data, is that we will manage to track progress towards some political goal. This could be the SDGs, or this could be a country level political goal a policy maker has. So he has an objective to probably change something and to make something better in the country. Now we have the tools to see if his policy is actually working. And this relates a lot to making sure that there is a strong interlinkage between the Earth observation data and the modeling data. And that's not to that degree yet happening, I think. There's a lot of models which still are very traditional and they don't bother to use Earth observation, but there could be much more integration, I think. And I just wanted to make that point. So, you know, who are the stakeholders? One of the big stakeholders are policymakers interested in the economy, in GDP growth. If we can show them there is an economic benefit also in taking additional care of their environment, then we get this win-win kind of situation we're talking about, what Europe is much worried about and what Europe stands for, which is green growth.
Yeah, actually, this thing about the models is a complicated. Probably it's the next step that we have to try. We succeeded in cataloging data. We succeeded in making it accessible. There are people that are claiming the next step is the model web. But you know, I'm seeing lots of complications. Some of them are just practicalities about how to move algorithms to the right platform. Others are more conceptual about how you find the actual inputs for those models and the sensibility of the models when you change your input. If you design a model to use Earth observation using Landsat, what is the sensibility when you change to Sentinel? Sometimes you have to retune your model again to make it feasible, and this is probably why you really need an expert in the model itself to run it. You cannot expect that you put models out there and everybody will be able to make it run.
Yes, I would like to give some comment. In the video, what is very convincing is that you see the animation of the skins continuously with the time, and it's more convincing than when the people, if you see the sequence with all what happened in 200 years, but you see each year. And for Earth observation and considering the impact of the anthropic impact on our environment, it's very important to be able to show to see this pressure continuously in time. If you speak about urban sprawl or water resources, if we are able with Earth observation to show this impact continuously, it could be very convincing for the people and policymakers. And we have now this opportunity with Sentinel and with Earth observation to make this diagnosis. It needs, of course, good experts. We need to have confidence in these experts, but if we are able to show this some of good diagnosis continuously in time, it will be convincing for the people.
Yeah. So this is actually, I believe, a message to say that in the past, Earth observation satellites were kind of experimental. and you try your algorithms, you do your best, and once you really have the algorithm, the life of the satellite, it's over, it dies, and it goes away. And now we have this continuity of some constellations that this is really a new opportunity, actually. Yeah. So here in the chat, there is a person that is asking the question that actually I was also asking. So he is impressed by the visualization tool, and he wonders, what do we have for consumption of satellite data? The first thing that comes to my mind is this Sentinel web site that is done by Synergize, I believe it's the name of it. Sentinel Hub. That is a very user-friendly tool to at least explore this data. But I really believe that we need more of those. Tell me.
We want to take the discussion to a different perspective. It's good to go for the stakeholders, and all these tools are great. I have been involved in last years in bringing Earth observation to younger people. I mean, to make them understand what is the benefit out of it and connect it to the real education of theirs. So if the people are getting smarter, so this is for us that might not have done something with Earth observation in our high school times, but if these people are getting more exposed to such elements, then they will be more willing, or they will be more better adjusted to the reality to make use out of these products. So to that I would like to emphasize the EduSpace, SEOS project and other projects that have run also in national levels. So we have to see also this perspective, because this is the communication with the stakeholders that are now, but not about the stakeholders of the future. If they are more educated, exposed to our topics, and they would be more willing to accept.
Actually, it's a good thing. I mean, it's because I wonder, you know, if we go back 50 years or so, how many people is really able to understand a graphic like this? So now it's possible to do a documentary like this, but because everybody is kind of illiterate on reading graphics, but it wasn't in the past. So we need the same for Earth observation. That's what you are asking for, I believe. A final comment while I'm getting prepared for the new video. Thank you.
Ivan Putilville from ESA. You are mentioning the statistics and Earth observations, and we know through the SDGs that the national statistical offices at the moment do not use Earth observation data that much. And maybe there in the framework of the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 with indicators, there's an opportunity for EuroGeos to see which indicators you could contribute to. And in addition to the indicators, you know, the custodian agencies from the UN agencies, the custodian of those indicators are developing methodologies to, in order, so to be used by the statistical agencies, national one, in order to create kind of a standardized way of generating those indicators. You were mentioning the accuracy of the results that you can generate through something like JRC or those tools, and maybe also using those methodologies to produce indicators that are requested in the SDGs can be also another way to be explored.
Yeah, and we are kind of a generating a transition in the statistical offices that allows them to have this level of granularity that is more detailed than administrative units by using Earth observation. And this is a thing that is starting now, and we will see the progress. Just a couple of words, please.
Just picking up on the point there. So there is a UN initiative called Geospatial Information Management, and we've done an awful lot working with the geospatial and statistical organisations, bringing it together. And for the Agenda 2030, a lot of work has already gone on to identify which of the indicators have geospatial or Earth observation aspects to them. So I can always point you in the right direction of where that research is already and where it's coming on.
Final remark?
Just to remind that Geo is not only
using statistics, but a lot of indicators that help to reach the statistic of the SDG.
Yeah.
I mean that we are able to manage statistics, but there is a lot of things that are behind that, and that's mainly the information that Geo can provide, and then translate it into statistics.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I want to apologize for the quality of this other video that I'm going to show. It's produced in a less sophisticated way, but on the other hand, I found it kind of an interesting, and it's emphasizing on this data management part. We only have almost 10 minutes left, so let's see that. Let's see if it inspires some
Hello.
discussion too.
My name is Dr. Judy Benign. I'm an oncologist at NYU School of Medicine.
Hello, Dr. Judy Benign.
I read your article on B-cell function. I think that I could use the data for my work on pancreatic cancer.
I am not an oncologist.
I know, but I think I could use the data for my work on pancreatic cancer. Do you have the data?
Everything you need to know is in the article.
No. What I need is the data. Will you share your data?
I am not sure that will be possible.
But your work is in PubMed Central and was funded by NIH.
That is true.
And it was published in Science, which requires that you share your data.
I did publish in Science.
Then I am requesting your data. Can I have a copy of your data?
I am not sure where my data is.
But surely you saved your data.
I did. I saved it on a USB drive.
Where is the USB drive?
It is in a box. It is in a box at home. I just moved.
But can I use your data?
There are many boxes. So many boxes. I forgot to label the boxes.
Hello again. Thank you for sending me a copy of your data on a USB drive. I received the envelope yesterday.
You are welcome, but I will need that back when you are finished. That is my only copy.
I did have a question.
What is your question? You might find the answer in my article.
No. I received the data, but when I opened it up, it was in hexadecimal.
Yes, that is right.
I cannot read hexadecimal.
You asked for my data and I gave it to you. I have done what you asked.
But is there a way to read the hexadecimal?
You will need the program that created the hexadecimal file.
Yes, I will. What is the name of the program?
Cytosynth.
I do not know this program.
It was a very good program. The company that made the program went bankrupt in 2007.
Do you have a copy of the program?
I do not use this program anymore because the company that made it went bankrupt. Maybe you can buy a copy on eBay.
I have good news.
You again.
I talked to my colleague. She knew a person with a copy of the software.
Then why do you need me? Everything you need to know about the data is in the article.
I opened the data and I could not understand it.
If you have the program, you will find it is clear.
Well, I noticed that you called your data fields SAM. Is that an abbreviation?
Yes, it is an abbreviation of my co-author's name. His name is Samuel Lee. We called him Sam.
I see. And what is the content of the field called SAM1?
Ah yes, SAM1 is the level of CXCR4 expression.
And what is the content of the field called SAM2?
That is logical if you think about it.
What is the content of the field called SAM2?
I don't remember.
What about SAM3? Is there a guide to the data anywhere?
Yes, of course. It is the article that is published in Science.
The article does not tell me what the field names mean. Is there any record of what these field names mean?
Yes. My co-author knows what the content of SAM2 is, and SAM3. And SAM4.
Can I talk to your co-author?
I'm not sure.
I would very much like to talk to your co-author.
Well, he was a graduate student. He went back to China 2 years ago.
Can I have his contact information?
He is in China. His name is Sam Lee.
I think I cannot use your data.
You could check the article to see if what you need is there.
Please stop talking now.
It is really good. It's a nightmare, and actually happens very often. That is exactly the problem. Maybe it's not so often in the Earth observation because we learn some lessons, but in the in situ could be particularly dramatic. No, it's talking about using data for other purposes in the beginning. It's talking about metadata and these. I forgot to level the boxes. It is talking about open formats and not using, well, or at least translating your data into something that could be open in the future. And in the last part, of course, it was talking about semantics. You all know that we have data management principles. And these data management principles are supposed to protect us from these nightmares. So we have things about discoverability, accessibility, usability, preservation, and curation. So we have 7 minutes to discuss a little bit about, do you know about data that has the risk to getting lost, like this one? What about access issues? What about interpretation of the data, so semantics? What about data quality? And what EuroGeos can do to improve the situation? Can we connect this world of the analytics and results and publications with the data better in the way that when you have the publication, you also have access to the data and the reproducibility and all this stuff? And finally, what we can do from the EuroGeos point of view to implement the data management principles in Europe. So let's start by asking you if you had this nightmare in the past. Maybe you have it with the ELTER, you know, the sites and the...
Well, my statement is that I think the problems have all been addressed in recent Horizon 2020 and other projects. And I think several communities have started doing substantive work actually to fight the issues addressed in the video. So for me it's kind of, if I had seen it 6 years before or 8 years before, I would have said, well, let's do a project about that. For the time being, there are excellent examples how most of these problems can be avoided. And there is an increasing number of very good services. And what remains to me is kind of a double aspect. I think we still have a lot of work to do in terms of educating people into a new working culture. And the political angle to that is, as long as we don't have proper incentives for also academic careers to support their careers are supported by proper data documentation and provisioning of data, we will still have a continued with these educational issues. So from my point of view, there is a vicious circle, but technically, I'm totally convinced that we don't have much of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Most of what it needs technically is in place or in a very, very, very advanced stage to it.
Okay. That's,
and there will be a presentation about that at 11.
Okay.
I agree, it's a mindset issue. The guy who writes a science article is praised and the guy who cares for the data is nothing. So it's forgotten. So it's so scientists and also large-scale research facilities as DLR tend to be driven by peer-reviewed citation index and not by how you care for your data. That's nice, but it's not valued, or sometimes in some cases not valued. So you have to change a little bit perspective.
Yeah. And even the publication industry is trying to change that in the good direction, I believe.
Yeah, just following what this publication industry recently, we have been asked to provide DOI not only for, let's say, citation for the article, but DOI regarding in situ measurement data set that we have used in our article. So basically, you need to refer to this kind of process, and we have let's say, developed and installed a DOI mechanism in order to be bound with a catalog. We operate a catalog GeoNetwork, to name it, and basically we create landing page and DOI automatically. It's a good addition for scientists to make sure that now journal and publisher want to have access to the data set that you use in order to claim what you claim in your article. So this is also, as you say, mentioned in a good direction as it is pushed by journals and the article industry.
There was another hand here. Please.
Yeah, just one more point on this issue of having kind of more access to data, but also at the same time acknowledging people more who produce data. I think this is now happening since, for example, Nature has this journal called Scientific Data. A lot of things are changing. This is a game changer, I think, because for the first time now you will get acknowledged to some degree, still not to the same degree as when you, I agree, when you publish in Science, but it's increasingly happening that the person who produces data is acknowledged by that. So that's a really important and good development, and there should be more of those data journals following the kind of Nature data example. The second worry I have is actually around the quality, and that's also mentioned here. I think we're still not quite there in peer reviewing quality. So we are good in peer reviewing an article because it's easy, but peer reviewing the quality of data is really, really important and very, very challenging. So we usually use an accuracy matrix for lots of things, the traditional error matrix, but we know that just tells you the overall accuracy, but we don't know where the problems are. That's just one example, and I think there needs to be more effort in really engaging more in peer-reviewed data quality control. I think it's essential.
Mm-hmm. There is a tendency recently that goes to build up confidence levels of the interpreters of the data. So we are applying, at least to my work, we have applied some levels. For example, somebody interpreting a field, so I'm pretty sure it is like that. I'm so and so sure, so I'm not so sure, but I point it as such. So these levels can be introduced in the accuracy assessment and generate also weighted accuracy assessment tables. Or also we can speak of uncertainty handling with other ways. I think this is the right direction to do.
Maybe the final remark, because we have to transition to the other.
Refer to the first question, if the data at risk of being lost and what Eurogeos could do to improve the situation. I would like to bring the experience of another geo project, the GeoCreo, that we have run an inventory, let's say, trying to find out what are the different data repositories existing in several regions. I mean, not only Europe, but North Africa, Middle East, Balkans, and so on. And we identified more than 54 portals providing really useful and in most of the cases open data, which of course it's not sure if they will continue sustaining their operations in the future. So it's most probably there is a high risk there of this data to being lost. So what we could and what we started doing in our project is to modify these portals to be registered into the GEOS, to the GCI platform, so that they will continue their operation and continue providing data to the user community. And of course, I imagine that Eurogeos could continue playing this role into the engagement of more portals, and even the ones that we have already identified as to be registered and continue their operations through a more common platform that's GCI. So this is my view.
Yeah, so being part of GEOS is a stimulus to improve this sustainability of the portals. Okay, I would like to thank you everybody for helping me on having a good session here. I want to apologize for the people that I pointed to start the discussions and so on, but you know, friends are to use them, unfortunately. The discussions about the Eurogeos continues just right now with the research infrastructures point of view, and finally again by the end of the day with the Eurogeos launch event. So thanks everybody for this interesting session. I will distribute the notes that I have here using my blue pen printer.
Thanks to you.
Good. That's good.
Sí, sí. Oui, sí.
Yeah,
Never retras.
delayed.
Never retras.
Delayed.
Yeah, it worked fantastically. Yeah. Good experiment.
I don't know how it's crystallized with that. Yeah, they say I watched James Ryan. I think it was a good choice.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this side event about the European research infrastructures and their contribution to GEO and EuroGeos. I got an email by Robert Jan Smits, and he agreed to be in this session, but he also said that he might be busy in many other things, so he may come later. So I will, but we'll start the session now, and I'm happy to have all the other speakers, including Barbara Ryan, here. And well, this side event was organized by the so-called ENVRI community, the European Environmental Research Infrastructure Community. And we want to show that we can and want to give a sustainable contribution to the EuroGeos. This is a picture of the environmental research infrastructures in Europe. They have been established over the past 10-15 years, and you can see a lot of these infrastructures in the atmospheric domain, in the aquatic domain, the solid earth domain, and the ecosystem and biodiversity sphere. In the inner gray circle, you can see those who have been accepted by the so-called European Strategic Forum for Research Infrastructure to be further developed. The other ones are, let's say, advanced communities. So to explain this a little bit more, what is the life cycle of an infrastructure? The life cycle of an infrastructure is happening on several levels. So there is the S3 process. The European Strategic Forum is taking these infrastructures to the roadmap one day, and then there is a start for the preparation and finally for be operational, and there is a sequence of evaluations from the S3 there. Then the infrastructure, of course, has to be developed. And since we are most of the environmental infrastructures are distributed infrastructures, it's very important to have the standardization of these measurement sites. Whenever you see, for example, the label of ICOS, the Integrated Carbon Observation System, ACTRIS, on clouds and aerosols, or other infrastructure labels, EuroArgo is an ocean example, on the site or on the sensor, you can see that it has run through a long-term standardization process, and we can ensure the highest quality. With the construction also comes a data infrastructure, and this is something I really want to stress here, that we are building stable data infrastructures inside the infrastructures, the research infrastructures, which are, for example, connected to the services of the European Open Science Cloud. And with that, we can really give a very important contribution also to GEOS as a whole. And then we have a governance level, and we have a support from the European Commission. So it's starting with community building, then the European Commission is supporting the preparatory phase, and then also later on, when the infrastructures have developed, some kind of a landmark support project. So how are the infrastructures related to GEO or to GEOS? There could be a direct contribution or also an indirect contribution via global networks. These are a few examples here how we are related to GEO. So you see here the logos of all these infrastructures, not all of them, but most of them that you have seen in the first picture already. And then you can see, for example, ICOS, the Integrated Carbon Observation System. It's related to a global data integration initiative that has once started as a work of a few scientists said, well, that's important to do this, and has developed a very important data source. I think I don't have to mention the Global Atmosphere Watch or FluxNet. They have now really developed a global standards of data networks. And for example, these three more carbon and greenhouse gas oriented infrastructure or global networks, we are at the moment trying to integrate them in the geocarbon and greenhouse gas initiative. And I think this is an important contribution that the infrastructures here can do, giving this data support and integration support that's already there for Europe, also as an opportunity for global integration. And you can see all these lines that that are connecting the infrastructure either directly to the geo initiatives and flagships or indirectly. There is a booth with exactly this background or wall. So whenever you want to discuss more or learn more about the infrastructures, come to the ENVI booth, and there will be people there to discuss with you. So for this side event, we are already in the welcome and introduction. Robert Jan Smits is still missing, but Barbara Ryan is here, and I want to ask her to give her statement. I think in this place it's not so necessary to introduce Barbara Ryan. She's the director of the GEO Secretariat. But just for those who don't know her, she's holding 3 degrees in geology, geography, and civil engineering. And before she got this very important job in the geo coordination, she was working as associate director for geography in the U.S. Geological Survey, and was there responsible for the Landsat remote sensing. So a very strong background also. Thanks, Barbara.
Well, good morning, everyone. And it is indeed a pleasure to be here. First of all, before we get into the specifics, I want to just say for anybody that hasn't attended a geoplenary, the side events are like the highlight of the week. And so enjoy your time Monday and Tuesday. Of course, we hope the plenary on Wednesday and Thursday will be a little bit more exciting and not quite so bureaucratic. But it's always a really good way to go into those plenaries with just the energy of the side events. Rooms are smaller, people are coming to talk about one particular topic, and usually the discussion is really open and candid. So thanks for that. In addition to that, a couple points that Werner said about my background. I worked a lot on the Landsat data policy issue. But before that, I was a groundwater hydrologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, and spent 20 years doing that. And it was a pretty immense infrastructure. Now, at that point, it had been in place for 100 years, and so it was an operational infrastructure. But there were still really serious research components that were being done on it, and there were still subsets within the whole organization about research infrastructures. And when we fast forward to the GeoVision about ensuring humankind and that Earth observations inform decisions that are being made for humankind, it requires coordinated, comprehensive, and sustained Earth observations. Now, we talk about coordinated globally, regionally, nationally. I would say even within entities and organizations, certainly comprehensive. You can look at whether it's space-based assets or ground-based assets, marine-based assets, or in situ, and sustained observations. And I think that's probably one of the greatest challenges that's being faced when we talk about research infrastructures, is that the communities or the institutional support behind those may not be quite as robust, and yet I can tell you they're every bit as important. And this I would say research to operations transition that Werner put up on that slide is really important. So with a geo hat on, we want to do whatever we can do to support, advocate, get people to pay more attention to the coordination that's being done for these research infrastructures. I guess what I might say is a lot of GEO's first decade was on the provider side, making sure that we had coordinated, comprehensive, maybe sustained Earth observations. And yet, as we go into this next decade, the linkage to users, or the bridge from providers to users, is going to be really important. Because having grown up in public sector institutions, whether it was the Geological Survey, whether it was WMO, or whether it's now GEO, it's those users that are going to come back in and advocate for sustained observation. So we can talk until we're blue in the face, and yet many of our funders think they expect us to say that we're the greatest thing around. And when your infrastructures are strengthened by people outside your community coming in and saying, we couldn't do our job if we didn't have that. And so I think it's really important to think about this, the full cycle there, with the connection from providers to users. And then the last thing, and this will be no surprise to most of you or many of you in the room, is that the importance of broad open data sharing is just critical. And again, I would argue, maybe on the research side, no matter where you are in the world, there are still challenges with sharing data. And we've got a whole host of reasons why. We don't want to get scooped because we need to publish our research findings before we release that data. And so there's, I guess I would say, no matter where we are, even in the countries that have the best and most robust data sharing policies, they're still not perfect. And so we would always come back and say, particularly if that information is funded by the public sector. So if taxpayers are in fact funding your infrastructures, the data that's being collected, your salaries to collect that data, we really need to encourage getting that data out sooner, faster. You may sit on it for a little while to make sure it's quality assured and quality controlled, but the pressure to share data, even out of these infrastructures, is equally important as it is from the operational infrastructures. So for me, those are the really key messages. Research infrastructures are going to have a key role. The transition to more sustainable funding, or the transition to an operational environment, is really important. The connection with users to help with that transition. Broad open data policies will be an enabler to getting those users to come in and support your infrastructures. And so that bridge is just really important. And then I guess maybe just in closing, the role of participating organizations, and Werner is in one, are just essential. GEO is an intergovernmental mechanism. You'll see we've got 105 member countries, and that's critical for sure. But I would say over the last couple years, participating organizations are coming into their own. They now occupy, and there are 115 of them, they now occupy about half the seats on something we call the program board. They're fully engaged in our flagships, our initiatives, or our community activities. And for me, in GEO, these participating organizations, and we can pick ICOS for example, are already coordinating their own community. seeing ILTER in the audience. There's a coordination that's already being done in that network. What we need to do in GEO is to just make sure that we're advocating for that coordination, not duplicating that coordination that you guys are already doing, and that we're looking for the interstices between and among these participating organizations that are doing immense coordination work. So again, I want to just thank you for carving out time to be here at the site event, hopefully for the whole week. Those of you that are coming to plenary, we definitely want to hear from you during the event. So thank you very much, and Werner, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And as one remark about the open data policy, this is in the genes of the infrastructure. So there will be no infrastructure without open data policy. So I think that's also quite important to mention that we are currently coordinating this in the NV Plus proposal, that we are really harmonizing our data policies, but even more harmonizing also our data life cycles. There has been a so-called reference model developed for a typical infrastructure, and this can, while you are building up your e-infrastructure, your internal e-infrastructure, can just taken as a blueprint, and it's fed by the experience of the more advanced infrastructures, so that the new ones can in a way, not simply copy and paste, but use it as a guideline for the development of their own data lifecycle. And open data is the first line on this. So what we are now want to present to you are 4 examples of 4 case studies for infrastructures and how they are contributing to the GEO initiative and flagships, with one exception, because we have turned around the view from the flagship GEOBON towards the infrastructure, and Letizia is going to tell us how the expectations maybe from the flagship, from GEO towards the infrastructures is. But the first contribution I took the advantage of coordinating as ICOS is the ICOS contribution to the GeoCarbon initiative, and this is presented by Joni Heiskanen, who about a year ago joined the ICOS head office, and he is our international liaison officer, and with that international liaison he stepped very quickly into the GEO initiative and the GEO activities, and together with Andrea and Antonio and also with Nabucco Saigusa, he is now coordinating the GEOC Secretariat. He studied limnology and atmospheric scientists at the University of Helsinki, and he's holding a PhD, which in Finland means that he is allowed to wear publicly a sword. He did not bring his sword to the US. This was too risky, but you can see him every now and then in Helsinki walking around with that.
Okay. Thank you. The sword is more symbolic than it's for protecting the truth. So I'm not waving that around. But so as I'm working in ICOS and also working for GeoCarbon and Greenhouse Gas Initiative, I think I have a good insider view on these 2 topics. I'd like to start with a vision of what we want to do in GeoCarbon, and it's exactly what Bob Ryan said there as a final remarks, that we want to coordinate globally these carbon-related observations, and there are already so many existing efforts to do that. we want to understand how those, well, affect also to the changing climate. But not only that, that we are not only staying in the scientific level, but then there is these societal benefit areas. And that is what affects, of course, our lives where we are living. And this comes then to policy making. So we want to also give our contribution of our understanding of how carbon cycle and greenhouse gases work and how those affect these other levels in life. Of course, this is very complex situation. We have this societal dimension there, which comes from citizens all the way to the cities and governments. Then there is private sector, NGOs, and so forth. Well, science. There are also the scientific dimension where we are working, because we are now in the level field of science. So there is these different domains, as we call them, ecosystems, oceans, and atmosphere. But then there is also what we are observing, like gases and aerosols. On top of that, there are natural processes, but also human influence on these. And then we are using different observations to cover these, like satellites, in situ, and so forth. So it's quite complex, but Geocarbon wants to collaborate within the scientific sector and across societal sectors. So that's one point of Geocarbon initiative. Well, ICOS has a lot of experience on collaboration within the scientific domain. There is a long history coming where we are now. ICOS works in the atmosphere and in land ecosystems and in the oceans. So that is a rich background we are building on this. ICOS is European, and as you can see from the right-hand side, it is a distributed network of stations. It covers quite nicely to Europe. And then also ICOS has a vision. We want to measure all the important parameters that they are related to greenhouse gases with the best available techniques there are and the standardized methods to do that. That is, of course, to provide what is needed. Scientists need data. We want to provide the high-quality data. But also some data products like maps, emission maps from in a country level, for example. That is also what we want to provide. Of course, this needs sustained funding, and that is where we are getting with these. So integration across domains, that's one thing that's shared with ICOS and Geocarbon initiative. Those are the ICOS domains where we are measuring. ICOS spends a lot of time and effort and manpower to put these different data sources together, and we are then providing these data from one single source. It's the ICOS Carbon portal. There different users can go and get that bits of information that is important for them. And that is what we are bringing to Geo and to Geocarbon specifically. On top of that, so this is the core what ICOS is doing, but then ICOS is also networked. So we are closely working with a modeling community and remote sensing communities to provide, for example, these regional emission estimates. The whole picture is, of course, much broader than this even. So it covers the whole span from observations to services to knowledge and all the way to decisions. And this is where Geocarbon wants to be. And for that we have different tasks or work what we are doing in Geocarbon. It comes from the cross-sectoral engagement to data flows, identifying what is actually missing from the data we are currently gathering, and all the way to sustained products we are providing and services. So this is a summary of what ICOS brings to the table. So data. We are the European observation network of in situ observations in these domains. Then also integration. How these different type of data sets need to be handled so that they can distribute it from one single source. experience also, as you saw that ICOS is distributed network, we have a long experience in managing these kind of operators to join the forces and make these kind of services. And of course, work. We are hosting the Geocarbon Secretariat. But it's not a one-way road. Of course, ICOS gets something out of geocarbon. Well, for us, it's a good way to promote geo values like open data. That's really important. Also, our contribution to sustainable development goals and societal benefit areas, as well as Paris Agreement. For ICOS scientists and for scientists in general, it is really beneficial to get easier access to data streams. That has been identified in many occasions. Of course, ICOS data gets more used when we are promoting it and giving it free for use, so that's of course important for us and for our shareholders. Collaboration and so forth, and then there are some more mundane, like good for the image and maybe some funding opportunities that are also there. So this is what I wanted to say from my behalf, and I'd like to remind you that there is a flyer in your seat about tomorrow's side event, which is about geocarbon, and that's at 9 o'clock in this same space. Also, geocarbon has posters in the Finnish booth and Japanese booth, so you might spot them there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joni, are there questions? If not, I want to ask Letizia Navarro to give her presentation about the GeoBon view on the infrastructure. So we have now turned around the idea and the view. Letizia is Executive Secretary of the GeoBon flagship, and she's based at IDIF in Leipzig in Germany. She holds a Master in Ecology, Biodiversity and Evolution from the University Pierre and Marie Curie in Paris, and a PhD in Conservation Biology from the University of Lisbon. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. So I wanted to start by thanking the organizer of the side event for giving me an opportunity to present what would be our take on the biodiversity component of EuroGeos. But I wanted to start by briefly presenting, for those that are not familiar with us, what is GeoBon and what it is that we do. So we are the Group on Earth Observation Biodiversity Observation Network. We are one of the flagship of GEO. And our mission is to improve the acquisition, the coordination, and the delivery of biodiversity observations to a wide range of users, from decision makers to the scientific community. And ultimately, our vision is to build a globally coordinated biodiversity observation network that can contribute to effective management policies for biodiversity and ecosystem services. Our secretariat is based in Leipzig in Germany, but we are a global partnership. And we actually have too many partners, and I couldn't fit all of them on this slide, so I apologize if your logo is missing from here. But that gives you an idea of our network. And this summer, we adopted our new implementation plan for the 2017-2020 time period, and we built our activities around two key components. On the one hand, the development of a standard and flexible framework for biodiversity observations, and on the other hand, the support of the development of biodiversity observation networks. And both of those key components aim at producing policy-relevant outputs. So to develop this framework for biodiversity observations, we are developing the Essential Biodiversity Variables, or EBVs. They're largely inspired by the Essential Climate Variables, for those of you that are more familiar with them. We define them as a minimum set of measurements that are complementary to one another and that capture major dimensions of biodiversity change. So in other words, you can imagine them as a level of integration between raw biodiversity observations and high-level indicators that are needed by countries, either internally, for instance, for environmental impact assessment, ecosystem accounting, or to report, for instance, to the CBD on their progress towards achieving the Aichi conservation targets. The EBVs are organized around 6 classes: genetic composition, species population, species traits, community composition, ecosystem structure, and ecosystem function. But if we want to be able to develop those EBVs, we need to have a coordinated use of Earth observations, because those, there's many sources for those observations. Some come from remote sensing, other are in situ observations, either from monitoring scheme or from citizen science, or can emerge from new technologies such as environmental DNA. And that's where we see that the role of the research infrastructure is crucial, because we see that they will be essential in the acquisition, the mobilization, and the integration of those biodiversity observations. And in fact, if I take the example of Europe for obvious reasons, the sustainability of the European observation system will rely on research infrastructure, either because they provide the data from in situ biodiversity monitoring per se, or because they contribute to developing some products. And on that note, I would like to highlight the fact that I was informed last week that LifeWatch officially expressed some interest to work with us to develop workflows for EBV development. So as I told you, our other key component is the development of a biodiversity observation network, or BONDS. And their mandate is to contribute to the collection and the analysis of harmonized biodiversity observations, to develop interoperable biodiversity monitoring programs, but also to develop some data standards. Those bonds can be organized at different scales. So we have at the moment 3 national bonds in China, in Colombia, and in France. There are 2 regional bonds in the Arctic and in the Asia-Pacific region. And there are 2 thematic bonds, the marine bond and the freshwater bond that was officially endorsed this summer. And this doesn't mean that there are no other biodiversity observation network out there, but these are the ones that went through the endorsement process that we have developed at GeoBond. And again, this is where we can see the importance and the relevance of the research infrastructure, because de facto they would be very important components of those biodiversity observation networks. To further support the development of bonds, we are working with the Alexander von Humboldt Institute in Colombia to develop an online platform for capacity building and knowledge exchange that is called Bond in a Box. And this will help the development of new bond using a flexible process that could be applied in Europe or within Europe at the national level. And I would now like to focus a little bit more on those policy-relevant outputs that we produce. And as I told you earlier, EBVs can be seen as the building block of indicators. So concretely, we've been working with our partners to develop a set of global biodiversity change indicators that are designed to track progress towards the Aichi, or some of the Aichi biodiversity targets. And those indicators have been endorsed by the CBD, more recently by the IPBES, and will be used actually in the global assessment of IPBES that is due for 2019. And those indicators are globals, but they're also meant to be scalable, which means that they can also be used at the regional level or at the national level. More recently, we've also been looking into the Sustainable Development Goals, and we've mapped the different EBV classes to the SDGs. And aside from the usual suspects, which would be SDG 14, Life Below Water, and SDG 15, Life on Earth, we also found some relevance of the EBVs for other SDGs, such as Zero Hunger or Health, for instance. But this is still work in progress. For something more concrete, I'd like to highlight the work of the Marine Bond in relation to SDG 14. And they've been working with UNEP WCMC to develop an indicator on the coverage of protected areas in relation to marine areas. And they're also currently developing a prototype product that would integrate Earth observation, OBIS data, and local surveys for target 14.2. On a slightly different aspect, but still policy relevant nonetheless, since this summer, GeoBond has a task force that is dedicated to remote sensing. And the role of this task force is to improve the application of remote sensing for monitoring biodiversity change, but also to position GeoBond and the task force as a hub between the space agencies that provide the EBV relevant data and the users. So this task force is still very young, but they already identify what would be their objective, the medium term. And they will be starting by identifying which are the EBVs that can be produced using remote sensing. Also informing the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites on the requirement for remote sensing biodiversity observations. And finally, engage with users for feedback and buy-in. And finally, monitoring can also have a high societal relevance when considering something that until now I've only just mentioned, which are ecosystem services. And we have a very active working group that is developing a framework to monitor ecosystem services from supply to demand, but also assessing what are the benefits for society. And, well, you probably cannot see it very well, but this is what this framework could look like. And it has a model component, remote sensing, national statistics, but also field-based observations. And to finish, I would say that developing all those products would be of very little use if we didn't have any mechanism to deliver them to the users. So we are in the process of developing a data portal, which would be an EBV spatial browser, where all the EBVs and also the indicators would be accessible completely openly. And eventually, in the long term, we hope to also have some tools on this portal where users could calculate some indicators on the fly. So to finish, we will be present in several side events during this week. So I invite you to join us for those events. And in case you still want to know more about us, we edited a book last year. That's the GEO Handbook on Biodiversity Observation Network, and it's in open access. So I invite you to go and check it out. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there questions to Letizia? Yes, please.
Well, maybe I could just throw something out there. So my name's Mike Gill. I'm co-chair of GeoBond, and thanks, Letitia, for a great presentation. And you know, the EuroGeos is really greatly appreciated, not just for Geo, but for GeoBond. We're really pleased to see NASA provide these funding opportunities. We're seeing this now. And I guess what GeoBond can offer in terms of a European context is we really like to see the framework approach that we're using adopted in the way that Barbara was speaking to, the interstices between connecting these research infrastructures, so that we end up with a nice coherent system, not only in Europe, but globally. And we're very much keen to work with you on figuring out how to do that. And we see Europe as such an obvious place to do this, because there's so much capacity and so much excellent integration already, but there's definitely more that we can do. So we're here to talk to you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So now we have already seen the carbon and the loss of biodiversity, but we also have some kind of general ecosystem degradation, and this is the background of the GEO initiative. Now I have to take a look. The GEO initiative on ecosystem. I've lost my own words. So the GEO ecosystem initiative. It's not more not on preservation of ecosystem. It's quite broad, the GEO ecosystem initiative. I think the initiative is new in the work program. The background of the initiative is quite old, and I'm quite happy to have Michael Myrtle here. He is the chair of the International Long-Term Ecosystem Research Network, and he's also the coordinator of the European LTR Horizon 2020 integrated activity. And on top of this, he also has recently coordinated the ALTR S3 roadmap proposal. So a very busy guy. He has a master in ecology and environmental engineering and a PhD in plant ecology. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Werner, also for organizing this nice side event. As several in this auditory will not be aware of what LTR is, I will briefly go to the ground to explain it. The basic building block are sites, spatially explicit units, in many cases catchments, micro-catchments or bigger catchments. What we do at these sites is that we observe in the long term any kind of input-output and ecosystem change in between. The key research topics are climate change, biodiversity and land use, eutrophication of pollutants, and sustainable socio-ecological systems. So it's also about these human-environment interactions in the long term. The standard observation is about observing the main drivers of change of ecosystem structures and functions, including ecosystem services, with a strong focus on the fast and the slow disturbances and how they affect the system in the long term. Very importantly, and that's the reason why we are in this ENVI Plus slot, we try to collaborate as much as possible by co-locating infrastructures like LTR, but wherever it's possible to use the same sites, go together with long-term monitoring like done by ICOS and also including experiments if it's design-wise feasible. ILTR in one slide, that's the global network. So we are jumping from the site, from the very bottom to the top. What does it? It's actually a network of thousands of scientists working in about 50 countries, so the number changes. Very importantly, these are around 800 sites which are more or less well documented, and Barbara addressed it in very brief. There is a governance structure. So we are organized in a formalized way from the sites to the global network, and my office is an elected one. So people from the coordinators of 50 countries has to elect you to become a chair of ILTR. Very importantly, these national networks and regional groups have become very important stakeholders, counterparts, strategic platforms for development of these physical networks. And in the case of Europe, of course, we are an important group working now towards a formalized S3 infrastructure. The major output of all these undertakings is publications. We have a strongly increasing number of publications in the thousands. And ILTR tries to keep the wheel turning with several functions which are indicated in these 4 sections. In very brief, the most important aspects of keeping this wheel turning. ILTR represents the major global biomes, and each of the continental groups try to cover the major environmental zones. It's distributed and generic, and the generic means that we try to provide an infrastructure for multiple scientific user communities. It's based on a whole system approach. The main focus is here to be able to contextualize any kind of finding, also of a short-term or very small-scale project, in the matrix of the system information available at these sites, to analyze it, to interpret it in a proper way. What's done at the sites is firstly to operate them in the long term, and everyone in the in situ business knows what I'm talking about. It's the struggle from annual budget to keep the wheel turning at the very site. There is a lot of collective responsibility here networked by ILTR. And of course, one of these observations is not just the operation, but the long-term baseline monitoring and the related services. Of course, we try to do whatever we do in close collaboration with our related infrastructures and networks, and as indicated, the national, the continental activities contribute to a global network. Regarding the first item here, we all are aware of this extremely diverse global and specifically European cultural landscape, so we don't just need one kind of ship to explore, and the ship is a metaphor, of course, for a properly designed and equipped site. We need several kinds of ships to properly explore and investigate these different landscapes. So we introduced, and that's now bringing the European business in, we introduced a hierarchy of site categories with on the top more interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, or a high level of instrumentation, and to the bottom, more simple and more numerous. And it's now each country's task to define and to assemble the proper national research infrastructure. And that's the last slide about ILTR. I addressed briefly this whole systems approach. And what is it about? It's about investigating at a given scale, and this here indicates the system or the approach of macrosystems ecology, the interactions of environment and the society in the long term. More modern wording, ecosystems or Earth critical zone and these human-environment interactions. Of course, you need a certain scale actually for long-term investigating these interactions. So we are talking about LTSR platforms in the range of thousands of square kilometers, or rather sites in the range of 1 square kilometer. So it's all about this investigation of the life-supporting system from the soil aggregates level up to the global level. Here is sitting the in situ element of LTR, and to the higher scales we are trying to achieve our targets through proper networking. In the framework of GEO, well, and this goes without saying, we provide in situ data. One remark here, it's not only the data which are recently measured, it's about accessing and making available a huge data legacy, because these sites have been operated for decades, some of them for more than a century. So this is what we throw into the game here. Of course, we try to use remote sensing services with these issues of scaling mismatch. I want to stress here, it's not only about satellite-based remote sensing, but here, for example, done by airplanes like LiDAR, a very important interim scale, and then the entire aspect of ground truthing and further development of RS services. And then very concretely, what LTR has been doing, we developed a site registry which is globally tested, and we have a lot of experience in integrating from sites to countries, from countries to continents, and to the global scale. So we are glad to contribute to the future or the GTOS successor. Very concretely, how does LTR function? Because without knowing that, this could be just like a loose announcement of good intentions. Normally, and I'm really unlucky that, or unhappy that Mr. Smith is not here, we have, and these regions take it in turns to be powerful, strong, innovative, and have the money. For example, TERN in Australia played a very active role. In the beginning, it was the US LTR. Currently, Europe has taken a quite leading role in the development of the services, the standards, and also in the coordination, of course. So what we do, and this is, well, if you want to learn more about ILTR, tomorrow, 11:30 in Meridian B. What we do, and this is now boiling it down to the European scale activities. We have this network of formal national networks. Loose, nicely governed, no money. On top of that, we recruit from the networks and the many sites consortia for concrete projects. There is a ELTA Horizon 2020 project, so less countries, less partners, of course, because we have to boil it down. And on top of that, the process which Werner mentioned in his introduction, formalizing these infrastructures, and there are two major effects here. So from the bottom to the top, recruit, and from the top to the bottom, and this was addressed in several of the talks already today, standardize and formalize and secure long-term operation. This slide actually links perfectly to Letitia's presentation. We found that if we want to do a long-term observation which covers the entire system in the interplay between abiotic, antibiotic, and society, we found one very nice framework, ecosystem integrity, which rather focus on biogeochemical cycles and more the abiotic part, and we have already combined towards a standard observation system to be applied globally, but surely be applied in Europe with the system of the essential biodiversity variables. What we did as a next step, and I think this was, well, I will get back to that in the next slide. These standard observation variables were chosen with three thoughts in the back of our minds. High sensitivity to environmental change, critical relevance for accepted and broadly used environmental models, and the simplicity approach, KISS, keep it simple and stupid, because a design too complex increases the risk of premature demise. So we ended up with 6 major blocks of variables, and the second and most critical question was, are they measured? Are the sites fit to do exactly what we suggest they should be doing? We did it, an analysis of 171 sites in Europe, and you see how many of these major blocks of variables are covered by the concrete sites. And this is, I think, was one of the reasons that Barbara approached us, invited us to become a participating organization, because we have a site registry which lets you know what the sites are doing in reality. It's not just a dream. And we now in Europe cross-check what's being done out there and what is the cost of upgrading a certain number of sites to formal research infrastructure. And we can provide the individual site operators with this kind of diagram saying, well, you have a lot of homework to do because some of the major blocks are not covered, and we can tell others, you're fine off, small investment, and you're perfectly in the club. This brings us to DAMS, the service in which all these metadata are mapped. It's about sites, data sets, data products, and persons. And what you can do there, you can search a site and you can see who is responsible, the site's names, some nice pictures, description, purpose of the site, etc. And last but not least, metadata like the delineation, downloadable, of course. Very importantly, we didn't stop at this stage, and we have a plan, we have a concept. 2, in the future, use the DAMS and other sources about site metadata to assign them DIOs, unique identifiers for each site, to translate any kind of standard of metadata on the sites to standard formats like EML in the case of data, and Inspire environmental facilities for the actual sites, to expose and publish via standard services, OGC as a catchword, and to discover and visualize, for example, using B2Find in a concrete collaboration project in ENRI, and to visualize. You will have assumed that there is some reasoning already behind this very simple graph. So a lot of work has been done over the past 3 months to boil this down to real technical solution and test modules. If you want to know more about that tomorrow at 11:30, there is a session about DAMS and these technical solutions. 3 key messages. Most of the modules have been tested through these collaborations. That's nice. We have already visualization pilots, and the nice message is the tools don't matter. It's only that they need to be able to read the standard formats and to provide the information in these standard formats. So the tools don't matter. And we can implement the system in a modular way. So, final rush. How does this connect actually to GeoEco? Because that's part of the title. I think it's very simple. If you look at the sub-activities of the GeoEco initiative, it's about standardized ecosystem classification, operational monitoring of key ecosystems and related ecosystem services, and they picked one specific kind of ecosystem, mountain environments, where we have a proportional share, of course, in the ILTR. And if you look into the motivations, I think they cover more or less most of the buzzwords I mentioned in my presentation. So planning, remote sensing, and in situ data, biotic and abiotic components, geosphere, biosphere interactions, conservation, EBVs, of course, ecosystem community of practice, a very important aspect because it's all PI-driven to a big extent still, and that's a huge value in our business. And integrating several conceptual frameworks. I just returned from a 1-week workshop with extremely smart people in Israel, and we tried to develop this whole systems approach, the Wales approach, as an integrated framework for all these kinds of other conceptual frameworks which we try to put together in one approach. Summary, I think we can contribute where we have most experience. Defragmentation, streamlining and integration. There is a registry which is globally tested. This means it has been accepted by people from various continents coming from very different working cultures and cultures. And it's multiply used, the outlook. We are happy to implement priority features of DAMS still in the next 1 to 2 years in the context of existing projects, service expansion, hopefully in EuroGeos, added value. I think all these undertaking is a real engine for cross-RI integration. And last but not least, I think we have to use the opportunities from aligning the funding mechanisms and also the expertise from the actual environmental monitoring and standard monitoring schemes and reporting and the research sector. Learn more at the ENRI Plus booth. And I think this is a credo which I have been using many, many times, and it's still valid. If you want to go fast, go alone. And LTR is going slow, but I think we want to go very far together. Thanks.
Oh, I have to steal the microphone. So are there questions to Michael?
Yeah, thanks, Michael, for that excellent overview of this great initiative. How do you envisage to keep DAMES up to date, especially running, as far as I understand, as a distributed system with a growing huge number of participating sites?
Well, I think this touches two aspects: how we want to maintain it technically, and how we want to maintain it as a tool being used. What we saw, and we just look at the increasing number of accesses to DAMES, the more the system is used, the more people start using the URL of their site, which is described in DAMES, even as something like a business card. The broader the use will be. Regarding the technical development, I think we have still the framework of ENRI Plus and the ELTA Horizon 2020 project, and we have to see where we get. There is a basic agreement with the Enterprise of Biosense from Serbia to have this as a strategic product in the backs of their minds, and wherever possible, carry it along in technical developments they're in charge of.
Just a comment more than a question. I'm happy to see that there are many pieces of a puzzle that converge. One of these pieces is also the project EcoPotential, which I represent here, the European Horizon 2020 project, which deals with 25 protected areas in Europe, and many of them are ELTER sites, and we work in strict contact with ELTER. Tomorrow morning you can have an overview also EcoPotential at the side event at 10:30. Thank you very much.
I have one question, and this is along the lines of the integration part with remote sensing, because it's, I think, quite a challenge to really go from the in situ data to something which can be really used for calibration and validation of remote sensing data. I think it's possible in some cases, and I think it's very good that you attempt to do that, but it's not always that straightforward, because it needs to be represented, as we know, of that specific resolution, which is now, for example, the Sentinel, potentially 20 or 10 meter, if it's the optical, but it could also be radar. So is there anything you have kind of thought or implemented to make sure that you can really do this scaling up also to any remote sensing resolution? Because it seems really important, but for me it seems not that easy. It's just some thought which came up, just in case you have already thought about that. But also thanks for the very interesting presentation.
Thank you. So yes, firstly, the site metadata have been bashed and squeezed and further developed for a decade. So we have, besides from the size, the elevation, also the so-called observational or experimental design of the sites and the research topics. So we know roughly what's being done at the sites and can from there derive if they are suited. And an increasing number of data sets are also uploaded or at least documented. So we know, if, for example, if the forest stand structure is available at the site and for which time span. Secondly, some sites, some national networks like Israel, for example, have a very, very strong collaboration with the Venus with the Venus project. So it's not Copernicus, I know. But they are developing smaller scale services, for example, for soil humidity in bare ecosystems, so which don't have a forest cover. So there is a lot of development ongoing, and there are catchments like phenology, live area index, where I think we can collaborate quite well already now in further developing ground truthing services. Does this answer your question?
Yeah. I mean, the resolution, of course, is still a bit of an issue. Sometimes you're not represented enough in situ data to make it upscalable to a grid level. So that can be an issue.
Maybe one more answer. I think we should keep in mind that the LTR main focus is to get a better mechanistic understanding of how representative or benchmark ecosystems function. It's not a probabilistic sampling-based spatial monitoring effort. So we want to know how these benchmark research sites link to a given environmental zone, a given habitat, and how they work. So it's about this representativity, and the main output is actually to improve, to feed models, which then, of course, the models, they are the key vector for the up and the downscaling.
To put this to the discussion. We have a little time in the end for general discussion, and before we come to this, I want to ask for the last presentation, and we want to show here also a little bit the diversity of infrastructures. You have seen infrastructures like ICOS or LifeWatch directly related to grand challenges. A bit broader scientific approach was the LTR. But there's also an infrastructure called UFAR, and UFAR is coordinating airplane observations, and so it's more a technical infrastructure than a scientific or a grand challenge related. But with this airplanes, you can do a lot of observations and remote sensing, and Ilse Reusen is now showing how GeoBon and AquaWatch are supported by UFAR. Ilse has a Master of Science in Astronomy and a PhD in Nuclear Physics. And she began her work at Vito with remote sensing in the year 2000, first as a researcher and then more and more going into program management and coordination. That's the fate of everybody of us. And she coordinates the education and training activities in UFAR. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Werner, for introducing me. So I would like to give you a short introduction to UFAR, the European Facility for Airborne Research, and then give you a few examples of how we contribute with this airborne data to GeoBon in more particular, and also GeoAquaWatch. So what is UFAR? It's an integrating activity of the European Commission on the Framework Program 7. And UFAR stands for European Facility for Airborne Research and Environmental and Geosciences. And it's a network, but it's also a project, a research project. And it's dedicated to support airborne research, so by improving the access to the research infrastructure, the distributed facilities, most suited to the needs of the researchers across Europe, provide also support and training, and also very important to enabling the sharing of expertise and harmonization of the research practices. It started more or less in 2000 with 9 partners. And then it became in 2004 a fully integrated infrastructure initiative with 22 partners. And then in 2008, we integrated in UFAR a number of remote sensing partners and also hyperspectral imaging sensors and LiDAR sensors and thermal hyperspectral sensors. So that's why that was in 2008. And then we're now in under the second UFAR contract, and that contract will end the end of January 2018. But we can also say that in the end of August we have deposited our statutes of a sustainable legal structure called the UFAR AISBL to the notary, and we're now in the process of formalizing that to have the constitution of the UFAR AISBL by the end of this year or beginning of next year. So to have some sustainability in UFAR, so with in-kind contributions from the partners, we can provide a number of activities to a limited extent than compared to a funded project. But with this UFAR AISBL, we're also preparing a proposal for the next research infrastructure call. Okay, so about UFAR 2. The network consists of about 15 aircraft and instrument operators, so they're indicated here in orange. Most of the operators, they operate instrumented aircraft, but you also have a number of operators who only provide an aircraft, and other operators provide the instrument, like for example for some hyperspectral remote sensing instrument, that's the case. So there are 9 networking activities, 2 joint research activities, 12 expo working groups, 19 instrumented aircraft, and 5 remote sensing instruments. You can see all the countries that are involved. And these are the different activities that we do in UFAR 2. So there's an activity on strategy and European integration, so further cooperation with other research infrastructures, also cooperation with ENVRI+, and also building this sustainable legal structure. The UFAR AISBL was one of the major milestones of this activity. Then the coordination of transnational access. So transnational access means that any researchers in Europe can submit a proposal, which is then evaluated by an external group of scientists, and when it's approved, then the research we acquire the data and we process the data for these researchers. Open access. These are other modules, other schemes to increase an efficient use of the fleet. Future of the fleet, so thinking about new platforms, stratospheric platforms, but also drone platforms is part of this activity. Technology transfer office is very important, was a new activity in the current contract, so to transfer the knowledge from the researchers or the UFAR community towards industry. Education and training, that's what I'm coordinating, so that these are summer schools, training courses combined with flights always. Standards and protocols, and this is where we collaborate a lot with ENVRI+, also on the reference model, and so it relates also to the database. So we have also an online database, and then e-communication is website and newsletters. Transnational access is a major part of the budget, so that's to provide the data to our researchers, the users of the infrastructure. And then 2 activities, research activities to improve the quality of the data. So one in remote sensing, that's also one activity that I'm coordinating, and one in atmosphere research. So this is an overview of all the aircraft and instruments that we provide through transnational access to European scientists. Few words on the links to other research infrastructure. So EUFOR is also a member of the ENVRI plus BERI Advisory Committee. And as I said already, we closely collaborate on the ENVRI plus reference model, which relates also to the database. And there are also collaborations with Actris and with IAGOS research infrastructure, so in different activities. You can see that. Then that was a bit an introduction to EUFOR. Now I come to what we have been organizing last few years and how this contributes to GEO. So this is the first case. So we organized a training course on airborne remote sensing for monitoring essential biodiversity variables in forest ecosystems. That was a training course coordinated or with the principal investigator, Professor Andrew Skidmore from Twente University, who was very active also in GeoBon. So it was a 2-week training course, 1 week at the Bavarian Forest National Park, and 1 week at the DLR, German Aerospace Center. And Bavarian Forest National Park, they're suffering from bark beetle infestations, and they're using a lot of remote sensing data, also LiDAR data they're using very often, but also hyperspectral data, and now we had the opportunity to collect also thermal hyperspectral data. So we trained 90 PhD students and postdocs. We had 92 applications for this training course. The participants came from 15, working in 15, at 15 different nationalities and working in 10 EU member states. So we trained them in field measurements for essential biodiversity variables, and also in the processing of airborne hyperspectral data, thermal data, and LiDAR data for the retrieval of EBVs, which Leticia already explained very well. So a few pictures. Then we had, of course, Professor Andrew Skidmore explaining about what are remote sensing EBVs and the 10 remote sensing EBVs that they proposed in this Nature paper. So as I said, the training course is always combined with a flight and with field measurements also, because these field measurements support the processing of the airborne data, which this is very important. So we're trained in field measurements, but also trained in the acquisition plan and in the processing of the data. So there was a flight with the NERC Twin Otter, which was equipped with a Phoenix visible near infrared and shortwave infrared imaging instrument, and also with a thermal, hyperspectral thermal instrument. This is the picture of the NERC aircraft that was used during this campaign. That was one contribution to GeoBon. Another one that I would like to mention is the DIARS. That's a project funded by ERANET Biodiversa, and where we used airborne imaging spectroscopy data for mapping, for impact assessment of invasive alien plant species. So yeah, this is what these invasive species can do. So it's the second most important reason for biodiversity loss worldwide, so after direct habitat loss. And in this project, this DIARS project, they were focusing on a rather difficult species and see what we can do with the hyperspectral images, but also combined with LiDAR data for mapping this species, invasive species. So, and we used for that APEX. APEX is an airborne hyperspectral instrument that Vito and also University of Zurich developed for the European Space Agency as a simulator, and also for new for new satellite missions, for example. So there was a flight in 2014, at the island of Sylt in the north of Germany. So we have, with this APEX data, we have pixel sizes of 1.8 meters. So it's a good intermediate level if you want to go to satellite data. And this APEX sensor, they acquire data in 248 spectral bands. So a picture of island of Sylt here. And this is one of the results from that project. So they used they developed a classifier. They used a classifier called maximum entropy, and they used all the 244 bands. And as you can see here, because we were discussing field measurements also, these are all the validation plots and all the calibration plots that were used. And the airborne data, from the airborne data, this is a map that can be derived from that. So an occurrence probability of the Campylopus introflexus with an accuracy of 0.75. So this is also published in this paper. Now I come to water. So how can we contribute with UFAR or airborne research to AquaWatch? So we funded a campaign with the APEX, again with the APEX imaging spectrometer, and that campaign was used to map water quality and aquatic vegetation at Lake Mantua in Italy. And from that data, they could retrieve chlorophyll A, phycocyanin, phytoplankton functional types, but also aquatic vegetation parameters like macrophyte fractional cover, above water biomass, and community types. That was the work that was done by CNR in Italy. And this is a result based on the airborne APEX data. So they produced a chlorophyll map based on that, and then they translated that map into what they call a water framework directive map. So that gives an indication of good or moderate or bad quality, water quality. Another result from the same campaign, so a phycocyanin map, and then here a map of phytoplankton functional types, and in red you can see here a cyanobacteria species that was dominated by phycoerythrin pigments. Last example is, so the same data was also used to study wetlands or wetland vegetation. So they mapped a fractional cover, leaf area index above water biomass. And this is one of the results. So this is a map of the macrophyte above water biomass for Lake Mantua for a number of species. And here's the same for, this is a comparison of macrophyte LIE from APEX data in 2011 and 2014. Okay, my conclusion is that airborne UFAR, airborne hyperspectral images and research contribute. I didn't show you results of that, but there is a paper by Hester, Aaron Hester, who's also here and at the Geoplanary, that can be used for definition of future satellite mission requirements. So they're currently running ESA studies for future Sentinel missions, and these studies build really heavily on research that has been done with airborne data. It can be used for validation of satellite-derived products. And what I showed in my presentation today is that it can be used for the retrieval of detailed maps of invasive species, essential biodiversity variables, and inland and transitional water quality and aquatic vegetation parameters, but also for many other parameters. I think about precision farming, for example. Important to mention also that all the UFAR data is in the database, can be downloaded. It's freely available, so after registration. So I invite you all to have a look at the UFAR website and register, and then you get access to also protocols, best practices under the data that were developed under the data and standards activity. But also you can access all the UFAR-funded data. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's an important stone between the in situ observations and the satellite observations to have all these airplanes flying. Are there questions?
Is there, I don't know. Oh, okay, sorry. Is there information on the DIARS project on the UFAR website?
Yeah, not on the UFAR website, but there is a DIARS website, and there you can see also publications, and they're working on educational tools. So I think by the end of this year, they provide a number of tools, data combined with some software tools to educate the next generation of users of airborne data.
Great, thank you.
Are there more general questions or contributions to the debate? Otherwise, I want to this presentation or to the general.
I want to show something because it's the context of the bags you got from the GEO. There is a book in it, and also a small brochure, and I think it nicely shows also this effort of the infrastructures in many cases to take responsibility for educating and spreading the message. This is I didn't know about it, a product of the US LTR network. They work with school kids, and they produce this painting book. So there is a wide range of activities, and I think it's so important that, and the infrastructures, as I experienced them in Europe, are really keen on taking this responsibility also as persons in where they live and where they are based locally. And I think this bag and the content is a very nice example from the United States.
Thank you. Any other comments? General comments?
The one that is also related to ELTR. Now I'm coming back to the previous presentation. Stefan asked the question about the resolution of ground truth for the satellite. One of the key components developed within ELTR Horizon 2020 project is data integration, the integration portal, DIP, which foresees to integrate not only the data from DEMS, but make it possible for other data to be integrated into one place based on the open standard services, and that way we will multiply the ground segment resolution for the ground truth data.
Okay, we're coming to an end. I hope we could give you some impression how the research infrastructures can be working towards the GEO in general and towards the GEO initiatives and flagship in special. So thank you for being here. Thank you very much to the presenters and contributors. And as I said earlier, you're welcome to visit us in the ENVI booth. You can easily find it with the graph that I've shown at the walls. So welcome there, and thank you very much, and have a nice Geo Week.
Still waiting for some colleagues, so we apologize. We are going to give the 5 minute, the usual 5 minute academics, you know, and see if we can start in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just so she's standing here. No, I was expecting that. That's why I was
Don, which one do you want to put back again? Which was, yeah, which is where?
Yeah, I will put it up. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Last turn. Just in time for
Do we need another chair from behind the table to put here, Jill? That's all. So you can even sit closer to Cherry if you want to. I want to be close to here. I want to be close to this one. So you can sit next to Cherry if you want So at least you have a nice audience. Good, right?
If you want.
Sorry? Andreas, I moved you. You're here now. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, well, next to the I think you can go around maybe a better side. Yeah? No, I'm fine here because I'm just running. Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah, oh, that's true. So we can fill in, let's see, keep keys. There's a, yeah, there's a, oh, yeah, sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome to this official launch of EuroGeos. I don't dare invite you to get seated because I sense there are couple of seats still there. So if someone feels more comfortable like that, still possible. But I really would like to welcome everybody. It's always impressive to have a packed room like that. We will keep the door open to have fresh air and fresh flow. But we will try to keep the thing as cool as possible. Now, it is my pleasure really to introduce to you today some very distinguished speakers who will present this EuroGeos. And in particular, we will have an address from the Director General of DG Research and Innovation from the European Commission, who turns out also to be the ExCom lead co-chair. So I think you see the point there, Robert Jan Smits. Robert Jan will introduce the session. Then I will present a few slides to describe the concepts. Andrea Weisbach, our colleague from DG GROW in the European Commission, will complement, in particular, presenting what Copernicus is bringing to the EuroGeos initiative. And then also, very interestingly, we will have a set of concrete examples of what EuroGeos can mean. And this will be, I guess, very tangible examples of the added value of EuroGeos. So, this said, because we're a little bit late already, I would like to go straight to the introduction and invite Robert Jan to tell us a few things about EuroGeos. Please.
Thank you very much, Jack, and I suppose this microphone is working.
Well, welcome to all of you for the launch event here of EuroGeos. And it's great, as Jack already mentioned, to see that so many of you are here today, here in Washington at the Ronald Reagan Conference Center. As you all know, Europe has been a major player in GEO since its start, and we have invested substantial funds to support GEO, but also the development and implementation of GEOS, the system of systems. We have invested in a generation of data, in the curation of data, in making these data interoperable. But now the time has come to harvest on our investments and to move from a data-centric approach to a user-centric approach. And that's why today we are launching EuroGeos. EuroGeos will be a platform to identify, to showcase, to incubate and scale up user-driven applications of Earth observation data. And Copernicus, which you all know quite well, will be at the core of EuroGeos, and I'm extremely grateful that Andreas Weisbach is with us here today, and he will say a few words about this integration. But I'm also very happy that Max, Thierry, and Pierre are with us today to also talk about user-driven application of data generated by different applications in different fields. So without further ado, I think it's time, Jack, that you are taking us through EuroGeos, and I all wish that we can work in a collegial way as we've been doing up to now, because this is something which will change Europe's way of dealing and using with data which have been generated and will be generated in the future by GEOS. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Robert-Jan. And I think here we have many representatives from the high-level working group. So we are all jet-lagged, you all know the feeling, but you will see it's really a very exciting thing, EuroGeos. We are very proud of it, so it will keep us awoken. Now the concept, I will present a couple of slides which will show the aim and the key features of this system. The objectives are pretty straightforward. There are two, really. One is to increase the benefits for Europe of its participation within GEOS, so we can really, reap some benefits from being part of this venture. But we have also the responsibility for contributing to GEOS and building it. And as a matter of fact, we are one of the main contributors, so I think we should not be shy about it. One very important thing for us, it is application-oriented. And we're not starting from scratch, of course. We have in the Commission with DG RTD and DG GROW, we have two partners who have been working for years and years already, I would say even 15 years at least, on this particular topic. And we have always been working hand in hand, and more than ever, and we see the benefits we draw from that. We have so-called umbrella agreement. It's something about communication, cooperation, coordination. Coordination means we're avoiding building silos. Coordination, cooperation means having a critical mass and, having something which is stronger. Now, very important, and Robert-Jan mentioned it, for, I think, a good decade, we have been collecting data, and really quite a lot. And we're living in the age of big data, and GEO, Copernicus, some other systems are really, really big in that respect. Enormous volumes, exa, tera, petabytes, you name it. It's all great, but still, what do we do with this data? So the point, when you think about it, the point is really to shift this paradigm, the raw material being data, to transform it into information, and an information which is valuable for the user. And this is where the spin is different nowadays. It's really user-centric. And this is absolutely essential to our initiative. Next slide shows that, the focus. Clearly, very clearly, sustainable development goals, and this is something which is dear to GEO and its strategy, so we align very well in that respect with EuroGeos. We have the societal benefits, but we see things also from a European angle, and which may be different how you see it. You know, if you were in Asia or in Africa, maybe you see things a bit different. We tend, of course, to privilege the European view and context. As I said, we're not starting from scratch. Horizon 2020, the current framework program for research and innovation, is of course instrumental, and I will say a few more words on that later. But we have, of course, Copernicus, which is a multi-billion initiative, a very, very important investment made in the EU. We have, of course, also the work which is carried out at ESA, and ESA has been our partner from day one on these things. We have national initiative, so we have a wealth of initiatives, of elements, ingredients, I would say, in Europe, and the time has come to really assemble that, to streamline, to align, in order to get maximum added value and synergies. Now, as I said already, the importance of getting the user to draw on these assets, to make the link between the volumes of data, the services which are being shaped, and at the end of the chain, what the users really need. And users may be many of different kind. Think of politicians, decision makers, think of municipalities, think of farmers in their field, whatever. Now, another thing which is very important for us is also to make very visible to the rest of the world that with EuroGeos, we have a vibrant industry, vibrant research innovation community, who are building up something extremely valuable, which we would like to, to share, to contribute with GEO proper, but also it's, let's face it, it's a fantastic platform to show our know-how in this field. The next slide shows how we are locating, positioning ourselves on the map, on the world map. As you know, GEO has taken an approach where we work by continents, by regions, because as I said, you may have different degrees of maturity, different kinds of assets, different kinds of problems also. And we saw along the years a certain structuring effect. We know about AmeriGeos, AfriGeos, AsiaGeos, Asia and Oceania, I must say. And to some extent, whilst as we are one of the main contributors to GEO, we were not as structured. So we felt the time had come to make something happen in that respect. And I believe this is well appreciated by our partners. Added value. So here you see EuroGeos being an incubator. And this is done in cooperation with Copernicus. And this is a way to produce new added value services from these large volumes of data, combining different sources in space, in situ, airborne, different kinds, and to test these Earth observation services and applications. And, there is no limit really on the variety of applications we can think of. It's a matter of creativity or responding to needs and identifying these needs. So, global data sets, yes, we have that. GEOS will cater for that. We were having a discussion before this meeting with the colleagues from the high-level working group and saying that providing services was very, very good, but it was probably not enough in order to fulfill the expectation and the needs of the end users. So we know we have to work on that dimension as well. And this is why you see this bullet on promoting, scaling up, developing Earth observation applications in association with users. Because if by design you have the users on board, then you stand a serious chance to get them to use these applications, which creates a virtuous circle, because de facto you create a certain market. Now, something which is very important also, and that's more for the policy makers, is the forecasting capabilities for sound decision making. We were discussing with our colleagues from NOAA a few hours ago, and it's pretty clear that natural crises, natural events like the hurricanes, forest fires, things of that kind, call for all the possible means to possibly even prevent, at least detect early, and help and guide those who are intervening to try to rescue people, to limit damages and catastrophes. And by and large, we know by experience in the European Commission, we have a number of policies, be it in climate change, be it in environment policy, a number of things like that, or even when we look at migration, where Earth observation application can be extremely useful in forming what I would call a qualified view, a sound view based on evidence and not, on impressions or wrong interpretations. So this is quite important, and in the Commission we are very, very eager to have these services at our disposal. And this is one of the reasons why we are investing in these systems. But I want to stress again and again that Andrea is here to remind us, if I had forgotten, that we are not overlapping or duplicating or replicating Copernicus. Not at all. On the contrary, we're really in the domain of coordination and synergy there. But Andrea will demonstrate very well the beauty of working together. Now, the resources, because at the end of the day, you have to invest something in such an initiative. And of course, we have Copernicus, ESA, and the rest, but still there is some extra mile to cover to get off the ground, so to say. Our main instruments for EuroGeos, which we're using, is called Horizon 2020, which is our framework program for research and innovation. And in particular, in the work program 2018-2020, which will be officially announced Friday this week, we have a topic under the Societal Challenge 5 called Climate Action, Environment, Resource Efficiency, where for the year 2018, we will have a topic dedicated to this furthering of EuroGeos, providing the necessary resource to shape it up. And it will be amounting to about 15 million euros. Of course, Copernicus will be there as well. And by and large, you will see that there will be some other Horizon 2020 projects contributing to the EuroGeos, especially in the field of applications. Think, we mentioned here a few examples in the field of agriculture. So, as you know, agriculture is evolving. Technology may introduce a number of changes in this field. Think of precision agriculture, for example. Renewable energies, if you want to have a good atlas of solar, exposition, that's certainly something where EuroGeos can contribute. Protected areas, and we know of many such sensitive areas, be it on the coastal regions, be it in cities, with floods exposure, for example. Citizen observatories, many, many. And then we have this GEOS common infrastructure, which we will be supporting, which will be the platform, the resource we will use to fund this application, because it will be a common foundation
we believe this will be a way to ease certain formats, certain standardization, and ease the transfer of data in different domains. A little word on how this will operate in terms of governance and communication. Well, the high-level working groups, this so-called European caucus, will be really in the lead and has already worked a lot on that. We have had numerous discussions. There will be a coordination group, and we're volunteering as Commission to chair this group. And of course, all the European countries will be represented, as well as a number of participating organizations who are instrumental in the process. And we will have, we believe, some dedicated special working groups for each applications, most likely. This is, still work in progress, but we have already a pretty good idea on where we want to go. Now, a little bit of communication. We have websites. We have also some leaflets and infographics to make a little bit of publicity, because it's very good to have EuroGeos, but we need also to communicate about EuroGeos. And I would like to invite all of you present in this room or listening to the web streaming to look at the documentation, but also to express your views about it. This is always welcome, definitely. The implementation, well, as I said, work in progress, but we will present now to you in a few minutes some examples. It would be good to engage in a little discussion on how you perceive this process. We have picked, in a slightly arbitrary fashion, 3 samples: agriculture, renewable energies, protected area. But there could be many, many others. We have to find out how to prioritize the selection of this application. And this will come along the years. So I will stop here. You have here the reference to the website. And again, very many thanks for standing in this room, which I know is getting a bit warm this afternoon. But it's a pleasure to be with you today, and again, very, very proud that we have reached this moment where we can launch together something, and this is called EuroGeos. Thank you. Now, that was the easy part, but here comes Andrea, and Andrea is really, the expert of Copernicus. He's Mr. Copernicus. And I must say it's always a pleasure to work with him and his colleagues, his team. They're doing a really great job. We wouldn't be there today without his work. Andrea, please.
So thank you very much for your kind words, Jacques. Also, a very warm welcome from me.
Not too warm.
Exactly. I was going to apologize in advance. I hope you don't mind if I take off my jacket, because it's getting to a point where it is quite hot. It's okay. It can. So, thank you very much, Robert-Jan. To colleagues in DG RTD, I can only underline what you have just said. I think that the cooperation between our DGs in the area of Earth observation has been fantastic, and I'm hoping that this presentation will allow me to demonstrate how EuroGeos and Copernicus can work together side by side, implementing this user-driven approach, which I think is at the core of both initiatives. So, a small reminder. What is Copernicus? I don't think that I need to say too much about this. It is the flagship program of the European Union, which has quite a significant budget of 4.3 billion euros between 2014 and 2020. It is an environmental and security-related program, so at its core mission is the monitoring of the Earth, its environment and ecosystem, which is the environmental pillar, and then preparation for crisis security risks and different types of disasters as the security pillar. The program, in addition to the satellites, which forms the space component, has 6 specific services, so land, marine, atmosphere, climate change, security, and emergency, which are looking to process the data which comes from the satellites to a higher level and really focus on the application areas. I will very soon come to the link between that and EuroGeos, which I believe to be fundamental in this case. Collecting high volumes of data, so Copernicus with the 3 Sentinel families of Sentinel 1, 2, and 3, when all are fully operational, will generate more than 10 petabytes of data every year. That is a major challenge for us, to say the least, and the second complementarity between the 2 initiatives is related to data, which I will also touch upon a little bit later. The program from the very start has been user-driven. We are not only designing this program on the basis of user needs, but as we're now entering the process of preparing for Copernicus 2.0, which is the future of the Copernicus program from 2020 onwards, we have engaged in an enormous user requirements gathering exercise, which I think will actually serve both us and EuroGeos, because EuroGeos would obviously be able to leverage and draw upon all the expertise from the users that we have gathered in the process. I'm already seeing the first typo in this presentation in the next line. One of the objectives of Copernicus is to contribute to EU's global role and Europe's contribution to not OGEO but 2GEO, which is actually enshrined in the Copernicus regulation. The Copernicus regulation states very clearly that the Copernicus program is Europe's contribution to GEO. And once again, EuroGeos is in a way an exemplification of that, simply because by building on Copernicus data and information and by bringing in other assets, it will help us strengthen the role of Copernicus in the global context, particularly multilaterally through an initiative like EuroGeos. We have a free, full and open data policy, which I can assure you when we were setting up the program was subject to a large debate between the different stakeholders. But what we have seen is that this free, full and open data policy, with a few exceptions in the security domain, has proven to be extremely beneficial. Even from if we take just the European Space Agency's Open Hub, we see that the initial number of planned users is exceeding more than tenfold what we were planning for at the start of the program. You can imagine the pressure that this puts on our data distribution and data access infrastructures, simply to scale them up to the user need. And finally, increasingly, and I will also touch upon this later, it is a tool for economic development and the driver for digital economy. As you can imagine, these petabytes of data are proving what today is popularly called the big data challenge. But here I would underline maybe one thing, which is that Copernicus data in terms of driving the digital economy is quite important. When you're reflecting upon the role of big data and the constraints upon it, then usually the constraints are related to data ownership, to security, and to privacy. The data which comes from the Sentinels of Copernicus doesn't suffer from any of these drawbacks, I should say, simply because the resolutions that we have designed for the Sentinels are sufficiently low for them not to pose privacy or security issues, and on the proprietary side, the data is by definition free, full and open. So we make it available under an open license to everybody. This I will skip through very quickly because that's the basic design of the program. It combines data from Sentinels, which are owned by the EU, and you see on the left-hand side, from a series of contributing missions, which are national missions, private sector missions, and international missions, and in situ data into a data management system which delivers value-added products. So the idea is that we have the data acquisition part based on 3 pillars of the Sentinels, the contributing missions, and in situ, which is then made available to the service component, which in turn comes up with value-added products. These services, or the value-added products, I should say, are split into 6. As I have mentioned already, here is a graphical representation. They concern, it's like an old fairy tale of looking at the land, the air, the sea, but also climate change, emergency, and security. Now, having briefly introduced the program, I should put it into the context of the space strategy which the European Commission adopted about a year ago, back in October 2016. There are 4 priorities there, but 3 of them are of particular importance today. The first one relates to user uptake of space data and services. In short, we call that return on investment. What our constituents are quite rightly asking us is that having made a significant investment in the space programs, be that Copernicus but also Galileo, what is the return on investment in terms of the socio-economic benefits? And this immediately creates the link with EuroGeos, which I see, and as Robert-Jan and I think Jacques made it entirely clear at the start, is really a user-driven exercise which should help both Copernicus data but also other data sets to be made available in Europe and internationally. The second objective is the fostering of the competitiveness of the European space sector and new business opportunities. This obviously relates to, in the context of GEO, on the ongoing debates on the involvement of the commercial sector. But what we also see is that fighting global challenges through EuroGeos or Copernicus should actually open doors to our private industry to be able to exploit the data for value-added products. And finally, by definition, Earth observation addresses challenges, and we only need to look at geo-priority areas for this, which are global in nature. So we have seen the activation of the Copernicus Emergency Service recently for hurricanes in the United States. We see it being used for forest fires in Spain and Italy. We see it being used for floodings and other types of natural disasters, not to mention climate change, which is a common problem to all of us. So before moving on to this slide, I will really focus on two things in particular today. One, how Copernicus and EuroGeos interact with each other in terms of managing the big data challenge and building what I call the European ecosystem for Earth observation data. And the second pillar will be dealing with the links between the Copernicus services and how those can be picked up by EuroGeos to be made available and refined to a higher level by different users. So this I mentioned already. The amounts of data that we're having to deal with are unprecedentedly large. The challenge that we're seeing in Europe are very similar to the ones that you described, Jacques, under EuroGeos, is that we have many different types of dissemination infrastructures, and when users want to make use of Earth observation data sets, they have to go to 6 or 7 locations separately to download the data to their premises, pre-process it, and only then can they start adding value to it. When we speak to researchers and companies, they say that up to 65 to 70% of their time and effort goes into finding the data and rendering it ready for analysis and value-added activities. So what we need to try to do is carry that burden for them so that more time and more resources can be devoted to the production of the value-added products themselves. New technology developments are obviously no secret to anybody here. These relate to the improvement of processing capabilities and cloud computing in particular, which allow us to do much more with much greater amounts of data in a much shorter period of time. What we also see is that there is a great deal of need for Earth observation data to be cross-fertilized, both with the ICT sector in terms of data processing, but also with non-EO data sets. I think that the real value of Earth observation data will not be confined to it being processed alone. Combining it with other data sets, socioeconomic, statistical, health-related, is where we will really see the value of Earth observation data unleashed. And what concerns Copernicus, at least, for us it makes very little difference whether products are 100% based on Copernicus, 70% based on Copernicus, or 2% based on Copernicus. What we would like to do is make Copernicus data and Earth observation data ubiquitous in a way, i.e. we would like users, a little bit like it is the case with telecoms or with satellite navigation nowadays, not to even know that they're making use of the data. At the moment that is not the case, to be perfectly honest. Global challenges and data sharing, here we come to geo data sharing principles and the point that I mentioned earlier about many of these applications being global in nature, and then finally the growth in jobs in the downstream sector is something which is clearly at the heart of the Juncker Commission's priorities today. So what are we going to do about it? In short, we're really doing two things. We're strengthening the distribution infrastructure for Copernicus, but the point that I want to particularly make here, because this is where the link with EuroGeos comes in, relates to the new infrastructure that we're setting up to allow easier access to Copernicus data. So these are called the DIAS, so the Data Access and Information Services, which will offer access to all Copernicus data and information from single points, and they will be co-located with computing resources so that users don't have to download all the data to their own premises, but can process the data where it is. This in the IT community is not particularly new news in a way, because this is something which cloud computing companies have been doing for quite some time. So what it also allows is for users to bring their own data into this ecosystem in order to combine Earth observation data and information with other sources of data. The idea actually is very simple. The point of this slide is to say that what we will provide is the network, the data, and the processing capability for users to be able to, in situ in a way, process all the data without having to download it. Now this brings me to the data link with EuroGeos, which is that, sorry, actually the slides are the other way around. So here I will talk about the Copernicus services. I will speak, when I go back to the previous slide, I will speak to the link between the big data approach of Copernicus and EuroGeos on the slide here. So what we will do, or what we see in terms of the interaction with EuroGeos, is that the DIAS is intended to be an enabler for the development of EuroGeos projects, because basically it provides access to all the data and information, and it allows us to do what EuroGeos seeks to do, which is to bring in other data from other sources, be that other satellites or non-Earth observation data, into that same infrastructure. It means that we're mutualizing the cost of data processing, and we would allow EuroGeos to really enrich this ecosystem by building on top of the infrastructure that we are making available. So to maybe put it in a slightly unconventional way, what Copernicus will be able to offer is the sort of non-sexy part of data processing, i.e. the network, the data, and the processing power. And the value-added applications and the interaction with the users, which what EuroGeos is seeking to do, would be able to build on top of that on a mutualized infrastructure. And what EuroGeos can in addition do is attract additional data to the EO ecosystem in Europe, be that in situ data, which has been mentioned several times during the meeting of the high-level group, but also data from member states, also data internationally. So when we're talking about really the key synergy in data management between Copernicus and EuroGeos, I think the one thing to remember is the back office and the front office. The back office we will provide and mutualize, leaving all the freedom to EuroGeos to basically develop applications which are necessary for your community. Now, when I go back to this slide here, on the link between the Copernicus services and EuroGeos, the links are actually relatively obvious. So when you're looking at Copernicus services, particularly climate change, emergency, land and marine, and then you look at geo priorities, so SDGs, climate change and disasters, I've also mentioned cities and human settlements as well as ecosystem accounting, the link is very clear. So how do we do this without having the overlap? We had quite an interesting discussion, I thought, this afternoon in the high-level working group, which actually encapsulates this point really very well. We see that EuroGeos is an enriching builder on top of, if I might say, of the Copernicus services, which tend to be quite generic. Our colleague from ESA made a very nice parallel between wholesale and retail. Copernicus services, by definition, are there to serve Europe as a whole, but they are not tailored to the needs of individual users. EuroGeos can take the output from the Copernicus services and refine those further so as to meet the needs of specific user communities. So what we see EuroGeos as being is actually the essential missing link between the space infrastructure and the services of Copernicus and the end users. And that link is actually quite key, because the end users, be they public agencies, be they private companies, be they actually any type of user, they will not know much about space data, because space data is quite specific and quite a specific expertise driven. So EuroGeos allows us to fill that link. And by doing that, it obviously brings us to the point on user uptake, because it will help us promote the user uptake of Copernicus service products much better amongst different communities. So these can be Copernicus service products processed to a higher level, or actually combined with any other types of data for your needs. And SDGs for us are actually probably the best example of that, because that is what we feel Copernicus is probably at its weakest at. We're doing quite a bit on climate change and on emergency when we link it to the geo priorities. When we look at SDGs and the cooperation and the coordination for Europe's input into SDGs, it becomes a lot more complicated. And if I was to be quite frank about it, I think that Copernicus probably needs to do more, and EuroGeos in a way provides an excellent vehicle for doing that. So the takeaway, I guess, from this slide, to summarize it once again, is that the Copernicus services in a way provide the raw material for EuroGeos to build its applications and user-driven approach on top of. So that is the second major complementarity. And then finally, and this will bring me to the end, is that being an applications-oriented initiative, it will help us stimulate user uptake and Earth observation data, helping us prove actually the use of the space assets that we have. It can enhance the use and the uptake of Copernicus service products by tailoring them to user communities and to specific global challenges. It can play a key role for me in the Sustainable Development Goals, simply because that is something where I believe we need to do more, and I'm not sure Copernicus is on its own capable of doing more. And by offering that umbrella, it will actually show in very concrete terms how Copernicus, and actually Earth observation also in Europe on a broader scale, can help the EU meet the international and global challenges. And then finally, by introducing commercial EO applications, we can also create additional demand from the private sector for Copernicus, which so far has been tailored largely to public sector needs. So I would conclude on this and simply say that the main areas of let's say, complementarity relate to, one, the uptake of Copernicus services on which EuroGeos can build. Secondly, on data infrastructures, whereby EuroGeos will be able to build on the mutualized infrastructure offered by the Copernicus DIAS. For user uptake, whereby EuroGeos can promote and stimulate the user uptake of both Copernicus and Earth observation data. International dimension of Copernicus by helping to meet the global challenges which EuroGeos and GEO by definition will help to do. And then fifth and last, the integration of additional data into this European ecosystem of Earth observation data, be that data from international missions, from European missions other than Copernicus, or through in situ data, which I understand is one of the areas which is being identified by our member states as being a key part of EuroGeos. So on these 5 pillars, I would conclude and say that these are probably the 5 main areas of complementarity. I'm sure there are many more, but it's quite hot, and I think it's time for me to stop. So thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Andrea. This is, I think, very, very clear, and that shows beautifully the complementarities and synergies between EuroGeos and Copernicus. So, as was said by Andrea, Robert-Jan, and myself, users. This is absolutely essential. And now comes the time to present you a few samples, 3 of them, just to illustrate what EuroGeos can be looking like. We will have one first example called Protected Areas, and this will be presented by Max Kraglia, lead scientist at the Joint Research Center. Max, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Jack, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. What we are presenting here is, first of all, let me be clear, this is work that I'm presenting entirely done by others. I'm just a messenger, which doesn't mean that I'm not taking any responsibility, but it's just to acknowledge that this is really very much work done from colleagues within the Commission, within the Joint Research Centre, but also in the Member States, in research projects. And it's really the idea of how we can bring some of these things together. So the way in which I think, in fact, Gilles has introduced this, he said, well, what I would like to see, particularly for protected areas, but probably also for the others, is to start seeing at a range of current projects and initiatives that we have, and then see how, within a EuroGeos framework, they could start coming together and add additional value. So that basically was the brief that I had. And here, of course, you will see only a small selection, but we have tried to capture some projects that are Europeans with a global reach, projects that are European with a European focus, some that are institutionally focused and driven by the member states, and others that are research. So, of course, if we talk about protected areas, the first starting point in Europe is the Natura 2000 network. This is one of the largest ecosystem connections of protected areas in Europe. It covers 18% of the land area of the European Union, which is about 4 and a bit million square kilometers. So 18% is an awful lot of land, but it also covers 6% of all the marine area. And this is data that is managed by the European Environment Agency. But last year, through the EuroGeos project, we also developed a mobile app so that the citizens can become more aware of the protected areas nearby, and they can contribute to understanding and upkeeping these protected areas. Of course, Andreas being here, I couldn't not put something about Copernicus, and this is a clear case where we have, the Global Land High Resolution Hotspot Monitoring is one of the initiatives in which basically you go and provide a lot of high-level resolution and gives answers to ad hoc requests, and it's really supported a whole range of different projects in the area of biodiversity conservation. To move on to projects which are more European focused and are driven by the member states, INSPIRE is the infrastructure for spatial information in Europe. This is really an effort of the 28 member states to make more visible and accessible the data that they have from public administrations, from in situ networks. This is mainly where the data comes from. And of course, for protected areas, there's quite a lot of data that is now available. Within INSPIRE as a whole, there's about 20,000 data sets that are fully documented, and you can see that protected areas, you will have a range that are directly relevant to that. We have a more global project, which is the Data Observatory for Protected Areas. This is managed by the Joint Research Center, and this focuses primarily in Africa and the Asian and Pacific, Caribbean and Pacific countries, but basically there it looks at protected areas and identify the uniqueness and irreplaceability, and so where funding should be directed in order to protect those that are more vulnerable and are more important. But then we also have projects particularly related, for example, of forest fires. We have also seen very recently how devastating effect they may have, and we have both European capabilities in respect to the Forest Fire Information Service, but also how this brings to the global view and the global wildfire information system. And so here you can see how a typical case of European projects that feed into global ones. We have specific projects from the European Space Agency on forestry, like the thematic exploitation platform on that, so really exploiting some of the opportunities from there. And then we have research projects funded by the Horizon 2020 program, and here we have picked two as an example. One is focusing on wetlands, the Wetland Observatory Service, and one is Ecopotential, which again focuses on 25 selected protected areas to really sort of trying to develop the models that enable to take the information and write to indicators. So it tries to develop the entire chain that enables then to answer questions that are given. We have other global projects like the Global Human Settlement Layer that uses a lot of remote sensing data, and Copernicus in particular, to look at the evolution and the pressure of human societies on a whole range of issues, including protected areas. So you can see here that we have looked at a whole range of projects that pick different elements between global, European research and others. The question is, how can we build that into a EuroGeos context? And again, of course, for the interest of time, I'm just giving you a hint of some of the issues that could be done. So the first one here, for example, we have built an infrastructure where, like in every data cube that you can have, where basically we have taken all the forest fires from the European Forest Fire Information Service over a 16-year period from 2000 to 2016, and you can slice by time, you can slice by geography, and this is a typical data cube model, and you can see and you can appreciate what is the impact of forest fires in different parts of Europe at different times. And this obviously has major impact, and you can see which are the countries which are more particularly affected. You can start looking at the impact of vegetation for every single forest fire in Europe over a 16-year period. You can see when it happened, what was the impact on vegetation, that big drop on the NDVI, and how that area recovers. And you can do that for every single forest fire. You can do that for the burnt areas, and so of course, you can imagine that given a presentation here in the front of so many, I wouldn't dream to do a live demonstration. But if you want to come to the European stand at the end of this talk tomorrow and the day after, I have the live demo where I can show you how this is all computed on the fly as we go along. But basically, you can see over the 16-year period what has been the cumulative effect of forest fires in burnt area. And of course, then the interesting thing is to start to looking at the impact on protected areas. And so for each area, administrative area in Europe, you can compute which is like at the level of a province, a small area, you can compute all the protected areas and what has been the cumulative impact of forest fires, how many square kilometers have been burnt year by year and cumulative. And now this is just an example of forest fires, but then you can start adding, for example, the global surface water analysis and start looking, and we have evidence in certain areas, protected areas, the water has been pumped out, and immediately next to them, agriculture is flourishing. So, you know, there are clearly this balancing between different uses of resources. You can look at the impact on the growth of urban areas, etc., etc. So this was clearly just an example, some of the flavor of how you can start bringing all these issues together. We use some of the data from INSPIRE that comes from administrative areas to do that. Now, you will have noticed that to do this, there's a great opportunity to have a shared framework and start adding value. And now you can, within this framework, you can add a lot of the different projects and the different output and see what additional added value you have. But of course, to do that, you need to also have an infrastructure or more than one. Now, in this case, to do this demonstration, we have used our own in-house big data infrastructure for analyzing Earth observation. In the future, we will have the DIAS, which Andreas referred. We will have a European Open Science Cloud. There will be multiple infrastructure. It clearly that from a European point of view, we need to make sure that they all work together because otherwise we'll end up with a lot of more silos, and this is obviously not a good thing. But this is something that we are aware and will be working on. And with that, thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Max. You have very well documented the existing assets in Europe, but also given some views on the future of what Eurogeos could be. As it was indicated previously, this doesn't prejudge in any way what could be the Eurogeos application in the future, but it is an example of what kind of structure it could have in general. And with this, I think I would like to move on to the next speaker, and we are going to be in the domain of renewable energy, the use of Earth observation in the domain of renewable energy. And this is Thierry Engin from École des Mines in France, who has the floor. Please, Thierry.
Thank you very much, Gilles. Hello, everybody. So it's my pleasure to present you some thought about renewable energy in Eurogeos. And you have... I don't do the job alone. I have the help of all my colleagues, and you have all the different logos there that are talking about them. I will not cite all of them because it's too long, but at least I want to recognize their help. So here is a very interesting slide coming from IRENA, which is not a European project, of course, but where the EU is contributing. And IRENA is the International Renewable Energy Agency, and so they try to take a look to the Sustainable Development Goals, the one which is called the 7th one, which is talking about an energy. And as you know, energy is central in all human activity. And so they try to see what's happened and what energy contribute to in 3 domains: human development, environmental sustainability, and sustainable growth. And here you have an example of how a specific domain can contribute to all of them. And here, energy is really central and contribute to any of these SDG we are talking about every day in GEO. So I take also look to the work program. You have here a kind of analyze. It's a guess. I certainly forget some things. But here you have at least one participating organization talking about renewable energy, which is EUREC, European Renewable Energy Center organization, which is talking also about education. EARTH is present also because there are a lot of companies using Earth observation also for renewable energy activities. And you will find also flagship, an initiative for renewable energy, and you have a very nice side event tomorrow about that. And also different activities in other initiatives. I list some of them: AfriGeo, Asian Oceania Geo, the Geo Global Water Sustainability, Blue Planet, and so on. And very specific community activities that are here, and we find some of the Copernicus activities that appear here, that are in the loop since a long time within GEO. So let's talk about success stories and what is actually ongoing within the energy domain. So first example, it's coming from GeoCradle. So there is a pilot for the local authority in Egypt, trying to propose some information about real-time solar energy in order to have inclusion of this energy on the grids. And really, we are talking about user here, because we have the grid operators, the national ministry, which are looking to the decision-making in order to include all this energy inside the grid system. And also, of course, the investors that are looking for CSP and PV. That's one of the example of solar energy. There are much more on that. Even we can talk later on that, but there are plenty of them. And they are looking to forecasting solar energy for the storage, so to production and so on. So that's really user needs, which is driving the development of this pilot. GeoEssential is also a focus on the water, food, energy nexus. So linking agriculture, water, and energy, which is one of the key elements. There was some presentation this afternoon that were also linked with this. And we have our colleague of GeoEssential working to develop a set of standard model, looking to the potential of EO for all this water, food, energy nexus, which is really one of the questions for decision makers, for the citizen, and also for the researcher. The Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Services is one of these Copernicus services that put renewable energy on that. We were, as MinParisTech, participating on this activity, and the key element to have solar energy on this Copernicus Atmospheric Monitoring Service was the users. The only point was 40,000 users of this activity. Actually, it's operational since the very beginning of this year, and we are monitoring all the users every quarter, and it's a growing number of users, mainly commercial users, and the satisfaction on this is very high, and we have these improving curves of using Copernicus services, and even behind that there is a wish to develop downstream service by the European Commission and developing some new application building on these core services. NextGeos is also essential in the framework. NextGeos is one of the major contribution of the Commission to GEOS. It's not talking only about organization of the GCI. It's really focusing on cloud computing, on performance of the system, and on service that can be developed on the cloud, which is actually not on the GCI. So that's something which need to be developed, and we have a set of pilots on that. And here you have two examples. It's market-oriented, so this means that we have, for each of them, a client behind that. I'm talking about client. You can imagine where we are. So, and its user, let's say, EDF, which is the grid producer of the electricity producer of France, and a small startup called Insen We Trust, which is developing a mapping of solar energy in town. On the first one, we want to explore the fact that actually, when you are using CAMS, you have only one point, and we have users that say we want a grid at a country level. So this means that we have to develop cloud computing system to answer to the question with key performance indicators. Actually, we want to reach something which is acceptable for a full country. Actually, when you have 1 point, you have 15 seconds to wait. The second one is to have also something that allows to have on the fly, in place of an archive, data sets which is produced and delivered to the users. And also there are some key performance indicators. Other example, the Wind Atlas. Actually, there is a development of a new European Wind Atlas. I extract from this only the part related to ocean, because it's also interesting to connect that with the marine renewable energy and the windmills and the floating windmill that are developed. These are two projects funded by the Commission. One is Achid, the North Wind, that develop the link with in-situ measurement coming from LIDAR and the link with all the satellite data in order to have efficient and precise data sets for the North Sea. And the new European Wind Atlas is actually producing these new elements and trying to develop it with very precise activities behind that and calibration and so on. So in situ is behind. So let's start to talk about future. When we are talking about climate, we are talking about future. So this is an example of one of the sectorial information services developed in renewable energy or in energy within the P3S services. So that's coming from a project called ECEM, European Climatic Energy Mixes. The user behind that is the grid operator, and they want to know, and that's a question we have from them because we have many meeting with them trying to understand the need, translate their need in terms of product, and they want to know what the development of the grid will be. And one type of question we have from Norwegian people, for example, is, okay, we have some dams, they are close to the end, what should we do now? That's the type of question. A decision for the future, a very high decision for the 20, 30, 40, 50 years that are coming. Should we rebuild some dams? Should we go to wind offshore? What should we do? And that we try to answer using all the climate projection and translated it also in energy variables. And it's also the link with seasonal forecast, which is also of interest. And you have a full demonstrator, which is available online, and you can test it. You just search for ECEM, and you will have it. Second one, which is also in the climate change services, which is talking about energy, it's Clean for Energy. And that's also another approach. And here we have somebody who work on that, talking about development, co-design approach with end users that needs climate data for their business. So it's seasonal forecast, it's long-term forecast also. A banker wants to know, of course, what will be the future of production of the wind system in 20 years, because he's going to put money on the table for developing it, and he wants to be sure that he will have the feedback on that. So just a small focus about user needs, how we capture these user needs, which is key for what we want to do in EuroGeos. So that's literature review, of course. That's the link with representative bodies, survey, individual discussion, individual interview, co-development, training even. We are doing a training every year for solar energy, and we have 30 to 40 people coming from the industry and wanting to understand how to use Copernicus data. What we can do with that, and are they valuable? Can we make business on that? And mainly the answer is yes, and they are sources for us to the element we can develop and what we want to develop on the future. User meeting also are key, and something which is sometime forgotten, the help desk. Somebody that can answer to all your questions, and that's really important. So I try to make a categorization of the different user, policymakers and their needs, grid operators, industrial, bankers, researchers, and citizens. You have a set of examples of their needs, and I try to summarize because it's really specific for any of for all of the renewable energy. So let's talk about future. What is needed if you want to develop interesting pilots linked with the users, with different applications, and trying to make them new things that improve the benefit of using Earth observation data. So I tried to imagine what are the key framework components we need. So you have, of course, Earth observation data, the user needs, which are key, the use of the GeoCommand infrastructure, like it is, and as it will be in the future. The data management principle, the in-situ and citizen observatory, the uptake activity, are we able to promote this and to develop new activity? The training, of course, because it's key from the initial training to the executive training, dissemination, of course, and this help desk, which is of interest for me because of our experience on that. So I tried to imagine, let's say, 3 applications and to try to give some input on these different elements, on their benefit and what they can, where is the need for the development in each of these applications. So the first one is the water, food, energy nexus. So it's needed GEOS, Copernicus, and other type of data, of course. It's for decision makers, citizens, and researchers. So the actual geo infrastructure is okay. It fulfills the need, actually. So maybe the need will change, but actually it's okay. It's the data management principles are very relevant and highly needed because it's also linked with citizen observatories. So there is a need also for these cheap sensor and citizen observatories. And so that was also the wish of the Commission to develop these in-situ measurements and in-situ sensors. And actually, it's not clear what we can develop on uptake activity. On training, it needs to be developed. And the dissemination start. Geo essentially is one of these examples. And I think there is a need also to construct an help desk on that to help the people to understand the different elements and to build on that. Another one, energy in smart city. Why this one? Because when we look to the future of energy, it's going to something which is quite different to what we know. It's the ability to produce your own energy, to consume it, and also to sell it to other or to share it with the other. And we are going from a centralized activity in Europe to something which is decentralized and even with some, let's say, smart grids, small and smart grid, local grids. So when we look to this, it's also how we can produce energy on the cities. So looking to this, so that was one of the example on the NextGeos, where we are trying to look what can be done with solar energy in cities. It's need, of course, GEOS, Copernicus, and all the other type of data. We are serving all the stakeholders that I list before, from the decision maker to the citizen, for the industrial, for all the people, the bankers, and everybody inside that group of users that I try to check. There is a need for high-performance infrastructure. So DIAS is welcome. That's very nice. But also we need to develop service, a software as a service, and the pilot in NextGeo are perfect for this. It's very relevant and highly need to have this data management principle application and the chair of data. The Institute and Citizen Observatory needs to be developed, and IoT, the Internet of Things, can be part of this, of course. The uptake activities are undergoing, and the first commercial activities are here, even if they are supported or not by the Commission. Actually, there are startups that try to develop activity on that, and so it's our duty also to help them to go on. The training needs to be developed, of course. The dissemination start, and we have to construct something that helps the people to understand and to answer to any of their questions to be able to go on. Last example, climate and energy. So, as you know, SDG is one of the key focus in Geo, but climate change also with the Paris Agreement. So we need also to see what's happened with climate and energy, and the Commission already through Copernicus tried to build some response to this. But I think that there will be a future for developing some integration on that. So same answer, GEOS, Copernicus, and other service for all stakeholders. There is here again a need for high performance infrastructure. There are first attempts in integration of in-situ and citizen observatory. Uptake activity needs to be developed, and that's actually the case. It's starting to go on. And actually there is training, user meeting, webinar that are developed in order to show first example and add the feedback from the user. And so all the things that needs to go on, dissemination and help desk, needs to be improved. Now to conclude, just to give you a flavor of what we can do on renewable energy. If you want to know more, tomorrow morning, 8:30 on Continental B. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thierry. I think I would like also to thank you for your big effort to try to move into the user area and to characterize what should be needed very concretely. So we are going to move. I will get some time after the presentation for some questions. So, but I think we should move on to the next sample pilot, which is in the domain of agriculture. So again, in the context of EuroGeos, how can we use better Earth observation for a more sustainable agriculture? And this sample pilot on agriculture is going to be presented by Pierre de Fourny, and Pierre is a professor and colleague of GCAM, and is at the University of Louvain in Belgium.
Thank you, Giles. And it's getting warmer and warmer here. I hope I will succeed to capture your attention for 20 minutes or more. I have the pleasure to review with you some of the projects which are related to agriculture in Europe using remote sensing. Of course, I mean, this will be a mixture of these projects, and there are many more around for sure. My talk will be, as my predecessor, with the present and the future, but I will start with the past, because, as you know, remote sensing has been used in agriculture since the early days, and then I will proceed with the most recent development thanks to the Copernicus program, and then we will look forward for a way to put an agriculture pilot for EuroGeos. Okay, let's remember that in 1988, the Mars team from the GRC was already providing information in a timely manner for crop production from remote sensing. And since then, they have been improving the system, and this is a very world-class system, which is in hands now. And we celebrate last week the 25th anniversary of the Mars Bulletin, providing near real-time crop monitoring and yield forecasting for all the country members, as well as others. Along to that, the food security assessment they complete for ad hoc situation is also of great value for the DG as well as for international bodies. Along to this kind of effort, GeoGlam has been launched 6 years ago with the support of the G20, and today this is a flagship for GEO. GeoGlam is really putting together a system of systems for agriculture monitoring. And the key part is the crop monitor, which is running now since few years, putting together the different information coming from the Chinese, the Russian, the American, and the European, coming from the Mars project, for instance, and delivering actually key information to the EMIS, I mean, for the price prospective analysis. The second output of GeoGlam is the crop early warning. This is for food insecure countries, and this goes along the same line than the Mars activities. The third one is a GCAM network, which is a globally distributed network of sites where voluntary teams are putting together in situ data to benchmark remote sensing activities. These kind of activities has been supported by projects like SIGMA. SIGMA has been instrumental for GCAM to organize cross-site experiment. It has been also a key activities to develop infrastructure and a data model for in situ variables. And also SIGMA has been very, very important for capacity building in the context of the GeoGlam, in particular for yield forecasting. Along to that, Copernicus is delivering the information useful for agriculture monitoring at 300 meter to 1 kilometer resolution, meaning that 1 pixel is 300 meter wide. This has been used for decades now, and this is coming through the Copernicus service Global LAN. But next to that, the GeoGlam also put together some Earth observation requirement to submit to the CEOS, the Committee of the Space Agency, for crop monitoring in the future. And this has been put together, and actually very recently, thanks to the Copernicus satellite space component, many of these requirements has been fulfilled by the Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, and Sentinel-3. This makes a big difference in the game of agriculture monitoring. As you know, Sentinel-2A has been launched. Sentinel-2B is up there operational since June, and therefore, since June, we got every 5 days a 10-meter resolution imagery for any place in the world. And every 5 days, you repeat this cycle, which make completely different the game for the agriculture monitoring. Because this is every 5 days, this is 10 meter, and this is global. Today, this is about 35 petabyte of data which has been downloaded by about 100,000 of registered people. Therefore, this data flow is flowing for sure. And this changed completely the user demand. The user demand is much aware about this kind of move and also much aware about the information technology revolution. With a mobile phone on the field, with a farm of servers, with a UAV flying over the fields, this changed completely the game. And the user demand now is for big data access in real time. It's also for high resolution, field level, in product in real time. They expect also a multi-source integration in a seamless manner, as well as tailor Earth observation derived product for agriculture advice. And therefore, this kind of things need to proceed through a different way. This is why currently in Europe there is 3 different platforms developed under different projects. The first one is through the NextGeos project. There is an agriculture pilot with the crop monitoring services looking very much at the data analytics of the existing variables through the cloud processing, of course, on demand or systematically. From ESA perspective, there is a food security thematic exploitation platform where there is also, in addition, an emphasis on the mobile visualization to be able to look at the data on the field. And then the Antares project is putting the challenge even further, looking at the Internet of Things and the integration of crowdsourcing information. These 3 different platforms also require development of the exploitation of the satellite. And this is where we stand with for the RISE. Sentinel-1 make a big difference looking at the RISE dynamics. It doesn't work. Or it should be running. Maybe you have seen that already many times. I mean, you see the different stages of the development of the rice along the season, and this kind of approach allows to assess the loss of rice area due to the El Niño flooding in 2016. For the other crop, a system has been developed under the project of Sentinel-2 for agriculture, which is an open source system demonstrated already at full scale in real time, and running locally or on the cloud. And this system is a bit like your washing machine. While you take your laundry and you get it clean, the system here takes the imagery from Landsat and Sentinel-2 and you get your product out. And this is why over Mali, for instance, in 2016, suddenly you got on a monthly basis a cloud-free image at 10-meter resolution looking at all the fields in Mali every month. This was unexpected a few years ago. And this allows you to look at the cropland, the actually cultivated area, which is an early information for official statistics. Similarly, in other countries, as it has been demonstrated in 9 different places in the world and in 3 countries, in Ukraine, you can look at the cropland, but also at the crop type, providing actual information of the monitoring of a wheat, for instance, very specifically. This kind of information show that how much we are at the top class for the Earth observation data source, thanks to the Copernicus in Europe. We have also a pioneer operational crop monitoring system, thanks to the Mars expertise. The world-class Earth observation research laboratory and rich in situ data in Europe make a big difference. And we have a competitive Earth observation know-how in the private company. But this is not enough, because today we work on a fragmented project-based effort which prevent Earth observation innovation from having a long-term impact on the Earth observation agriculture services. It prevents also from reaching a critical mass to create a significant market, because it comes as a fragmented output of different projects in different time frame and so on. It prevents also ensuring a cumulative progress from one outcome to another. Because it runs by different donors, actually it's difficult to sustain because the donors has different mandates and therefore they don't go to the end. They don't go to the uptake by the end user necessarily. And it's difficult to be adopted by international initiative because we are project-based. And therefore, the potential of EuroGeos is really to make an impact to sustain this kind of expertise and services in the framework of the GEO. And this is why probably EuroGeo is expected to better serve the user needs and to upscale existing or under development application. For DG Agri, for instance, for the member state for sure, for the agriculture sector, including the agribusiness, the insurance and so on, for the food insecure countries or emerging agriculture sector, and as well for international partners like GeoGLAM, GCAM, World Food Programme, and so on. But to do so, EuroGeos will have to coordinate, to combine, and to cooperate. Coordinate, probably, to proceed to the inventory of the ongoing activities, to manage the redundancy, to exchange between projects, between donors, to build a European consistent ecosystem for agriculture services. To combine, because we want to cumulate the R&D findings from one project to another. We want to scale up the success story to the uptake by the end user in the midterm, not in the time frame of a given project. We want also to identify the R&D gaps. And we need to cooperate to have an impact on the international level, for instance, for GeoGLAM, to make sure that European comes as a whole for the sake of the visibility and consistency. Now I am going to go through a set of potential elements for a EuroGeos agriculture pilot. For instance, in the Common Agriculture Policy reform, there is a huge need to integrate the in-situ data with the data coming from the Copernicus space segment. And therefore, there is a big support from GRC to develop, in the past, the CAP implementation, but in the future, to support the use of this data integration. Along to this, the CEN4 CAP, supported by EU and ESA, has been an example of close collaboration between the DGs, between the member state and ESA, to try to tackle this key question: how can we make use of Sentinel data for the Common Agriculture Policy today and tomorrow after the reform? Similarly, another potential element for the EuroGeos agriculture pilot could be to support GCAM. For instance, it could support the GCAM European component, where there is already 5 different sites in Germany, in France, in Spain, in Belgium, in Poland. And this would make a difference. Instead of coming together, separately, we could have a framework to develop new methodology for advanced services in agriculture monitoring. Similarly, Sigma and Sentinel-2 Agri are both almost complete or complete, and actually there is no compendium of best practice. After 5 years of project, we need to gather together all this information and to make it available to GEOS and to the GCAM GeoGLAM framework. The GCAM European component could develop that kind of element. This has been developed on the Belgium GCAM site in the framework of a specific project, where now there is a nitrogen nutrition index to tell to the farmer how to optimize the fertilization and to reduce, the fertilization and optimize the yield while reducing the environmental impact on the water. And therefore, this kind of product needs to be developed together at European scale to be later on taken on by the private sector. Similarly, Sentinel-2 Agri was proved to be useful for many countries, but the project is ending, and therefore there will not be any uptake and any specific, there are an uptake, but the people, the users are left on their own, and there is no mechanism to finance the support of this uptake for a midterm, or at least to make sure that there is an effective uptake on the long term. The Earth observation for sustainable development is a different kind of target, trying to mainstreaming the Earth observation into a specific customer who are the development bank activities. And therefore, this is a very specific customer, and there is a long list of applications which has been identified and ongoing. From the geodata for agriculture and water project developed by Netherlands, there is a set of lessons learned when we look for service development in Earth observation for agriculture. And obviously, it must be a user demand driven, but it's not enough. You need a business model and a revenue model to make sure that you will sustain in the long term. But also you need to look for aggregator to reach the scale to be able to serve the data. And also you have to ensure that you got the support from the governmental offices to make sure that you have an effective implementation on the field. This project has been able to develop key activities like insurance of credit provision for more than 1 million farmers in Ethiopia based on remote sensing. Similarly, agro-advice for 400,000 farmers has been in place in Vietnam for the rice or for other activities. This should serve as an example for developing the whole chain from the data, the methodological development, the validation, the taking up, and the services. There is a forthcoming activity which could be also a key element for the EuroGeos agriculture pilot and support to GeoGLAM as it was planned, is to develop agriculture support in Africa and for food insecure countries. And this is just starting, and there is a lot of ambition in this project. But to conclude, we see EuroGeos as a triple opportunity for the European Earth observation community in agriculture monitoring. First, to speed up and to scale up the most promising Earth observation application to the agriculture sector, including the very complex European cropping system. We have probably one of the most challenging landscape in agriculture, and we need to develop an expertise to tackle this. For that, we could develop a financing mechanism to leverage the outcome of project till the effective uptake by the user. There is a missing link there, because in the framework of a project of 3 years, 4 years, you don't get the user to use your system forever. We need also to consolidate the European know-how and innovation capacity to develop this Earth observation research and private sector ecosystem. And this could be supported by the exchange through maybe a meeting on an annual, biannual basis. Make sure that everybody is aware of what's going on where and what is the maturity of the different services. And last but not least, to provide a sustainable and coherent contribution to international activities like to GEO, and in particular to GeoGLAM and GCAM. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for this extensive presentation about the different activities existing in Europe. I think the group which is trying to build the EuroGeos is looking for exactly this kind of assessment and to build on what is existing. I would like to say that, it was not possible for the presentation of the 3 sample pilots to identify all the existing sources and resources. For instance, the research infrastructure program in Europe is a great source of in situ data, which was not really mentioned in those presentations. So I think we are very grateful to you for your patience, but if you, I think I said I would give the floor to for some questions to people in the audience, but my humble opinion is that we shouldn't discuss really the topics themselves, but more the generic issues that are beyond the different presentation. So if there are questions about the way EuroGeos should be developed in the future, and that you want to ask to the speakers, I would welcome those questions. So I see one. Christophe, please. Yeah. If you can take a mic and introduce yourself, because as the session is web streamed, it's better that if you give your name.
Yeah, thanks, Jill. Christoph Häuser, Leibniz Institute for Evolution and Biodiversity Science, also the Natural History Museum in Berlin, Germany. I would like to pick up from Max Sgraglia's presentation on a site-based approach. So if EuroGeos is a mechanism, or is meant to be a prime mechanism to achieve better workflow integration from data to real on-ground applications, I think that's very valuable to pick on that as an example. So I have a comment on that and a question, but Max has just left, so maybe somebody else. He's back.
Max,
yeah. So the comment is again, and protected areas are a key mechanism across disciplines and both to reach out to Earth observation and in situ communities. It's not just, as Max had time to showcase, biodiversity, ecosystems, disasters is equally valuable for agriculture, water, even health, tourism, other things, or other domains. So the comment is, again, a site-based approach would be key. It doesn't have to be protected areas, but I think it's a good way to reach on-ground actual stakeholders for real life application of what Copernicus data can help them to achieve. And I think that's what we are missing in large parts of Europe. It's also scalable to global level easily if we pick on protected areas. My comments or my question is, and again, that picks up from what Jill just said, what is meant by protected areas? If it's strictly protected areas, I would like to contradict and say it should be more environmentally critical areas, meaning many of the long-term, especially in situ monitoring system we have in Europe, be it Torino, be it ILTER, also some of the marine are outside actual protected areas. And again, we should capitalize on them. So that's my question or critical comment to Max.
I think that you're making a very valid point. I think that what we were trying to show here is the typical case for EuroGeos, where you have a whole number of different initiatives and projects with different lifespan, different actors, different outcomes, and you need to start developing a framework which is both at the policy and coordinating level and at the infrastructural level as well, to start bringing all these things together to add even additional value on top of that. And all the comments that you're making are perfectly valid. So we were just trying to make that as one of the examples for the protected areas or sensitive areas, as well as other applications as energy environment. So I think that it was just, that was the framework. And once you have that, and of course being site-specific and time, being able to see change over time is enormously important. That is the big change that is taking place in GEO now. That ability to look at what is changing and where are things going. And therefore, once we start building those capabilities, then of course it will be a benefit for both Europe and globally. So that's all.
Okay, and we still have time for other questions if there are some around. So I think, yeah.
Ruud Grim from the Netherlands Space Office. Maybe a suggestion for the European Commission for the next projects that call for Horizon 2020. Maybe it's an idea to have more focus on, let's say, the organizational and financial sustainability of the services that are being developed. So what is the future perspective of the services that are being developed in the research projects?
Well, actually, the question of sustainability was raised by Pierre, for instance, but also probably by Thierry Rangin. There is no simple response to that, as you know. But the idea of, the idea of the GEO high-level working group of the GEO caucus to try to go for a joint approach in Europe for a European component of GEOS was definitively a lot about the sustainability of the services and of the solutions that would be developed through projects, because in a sense what is proposed to do here is to put around the table the countries, but also agencies such as ESA, EUMETSAT, ECMWF, the European Commission with DG GROW, DG RTD, and with the idea that with the whole family around the table, when something becomes operational, then we are going to find solutions through the Copernicus program, through the commercial sector, because one of the solutions to sustain services and products, and I think as civil servants sometimes we forget about that, is that commercial sustainability, so selling products and services, is a way to sustain the services. So it means if there are good ideas out of Eurogeos, the commercial sector can help to sustain those services. So there are several possibilities for the sustainability. There is another one, which is, of course, through the European Space Agency. But this is only possible with the backing of the member state and the backing of the organization, with the whole family, as I said, around the table. And so I think it's a valid question, but with not a simple answer. And I see with that Mikko has a question.
My comment, in a way.
Can you?
Well, as I'm from the Copernicus Committee, the Finnish delegate, I think in Copernicus, this has been already, I think the wholesale retail, if we now take the lingua we have found here, that the wholesale we can find and try to find European solutions that sustain them. But for the retail, we definitely have to find it from a commercial point of view. So I think there is, I think, a good prerequisite for this. But I think also in Copernicus is that we always understood that we try to help for this development to reach let's say, a level of the maturity for services that they actually can find these commercial, let's say, customers. But there we definitely should, that's, I think, for Eurogeos a good place where we have to especially see where public services and private sector kind of, or business sectors, they have different solutions. And that's why we need the member states and the kind of European level actions to somewhere meet better. And I hope, and I'm not just hoping, I trust in Eurogeos to be able to work there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikko. Then I would like to hand the microphone to either Thierry Rangin or Pierre de Fourny, because you have been touching upon this story of sustainability. Maybe Thierry, if you can stand.
Yeah. Okay. So as you know, I present some example talking about renewable energy, but I didn't present also the business activity that are existing behind that. In 2000, there was a project called SODA. Let's start. It was funded by the European Commission for 3 years. It was ICT project, and the business was really the idea was to develop the potential of web at that time for serving the community. So this project was funded by the European Commission on FP5, I think. And then we continue on working as a research center on that. And at the end of the day, we had a question from ESA saying, is there a business behind that? So that we just close the access and say, okay, now if you need to have the access, you have to ask it. And suddenly we have a set of commercial of people saying, hey, how much it is? We have to invent the price for the data and the price for the service. So that's what they did. And in 2006, and then it's developed. And in 2009, we decided to give that to a company in order to make real business on that, because we are a research center. It's not our business to do so. So we did it, and actually it's a society which is operating this system. There are 5 persons working full-time on that and making business on that every day, and being able to have a help desk on that, and being really in connection to the users without any help of European Commission or any other activity behind that, that it's only business. So there is a potential to start from a business, first research project, and to transform it on the long run. But it's not very fast. It takes time and effort also. we even with my colleague have discussion with business angel at one time and we are researchers, so it's something that we have to discover. And finally, at the end of the day, that's possible. The only answer is not the European Commission have to deal with the sustainability of the service. It's also, there is a full set of position, of possibility, and we have to build on that.
Thank you, Thierry. Then Pierre, please, on this sustainability issue, because you pointed out the fragmentation and the short-term dimension of the projects.
This is a point. I mean, most of the project are support to develop methods and demonstration. And in the best case, you are able to demonstrate at full scale. And for 1 year, for instance, typically in agriculture, it works year by year. And you demonstrate, and then this is over. And this does not create automatically the market for the next, for the business case. There is a missing link between the development and the demonstration and the uptake by the commercial sector, because the market is not aware, it's not developed yet. And therefore, we believe that there should be a mechanism to allow to sustain a bit further the successful application before they are taken up by the commercial sector. Because in agriculture, you don't prove in 1 year. I mean, you have to do it several years, then you convince. And you know this kind of sector is very conservative. And on the other side, you are dealing also partly with not only industry, but also with administration, public affairs, governmental agency and so on. And they are very conservative before they move to a new system. Therefore, the market doesn't build on its own.
Thank you, Pierre. Something I forgot to say, that because there was a reference made to the 2018 call. The thing is that we are using the instruments which are existing, so both the Copernicus program and Horizon 2020. And I'm sure that if we wouldn't have made a provision for a project under Horizon 2020, then probably the Eurogeos would have been qualified as an empty shell. So that's the reason why we thought that we have to start somewhere. I want to point out that the project is not going to be a research and innovation action, but an innovation action, which means that something which should deliver already close to the application. It doesn't guarantee sustainability, but then it guarantees some planning during the project for longer-term use of the application. Have you? I'm pleased to take other. Yeah. Can you introduce yourself? Yeah, stand and introduce yourself.
Mark Zebisch from Europe, but then I have a question, and then I really don't understand what's the difference between
Can you introduce you?
Okay, so Mark Zebisch from Europe in Italy. So we are a remote sensing center and research center, but we also worked a lot in Copernicus downstream projects in Horizon 2020 and FP7. And my question is then, what's really the difference to these type of services which in the past have been called downstream services? Because that sounds to me very similar still. So there's the core service, and then I saw many presentations from Copernicus where it was said, okay, the real user demand oriented projects are the downstream services. They are commercial, or they have been in FP7, for example, as projects which we're asking for the development of downstream services. Is this then now replaced by Eurogeos, or what is the relation to that one?
Okay, I think it's a very valid question. But I can give you a reply on my own. But you know, regarding Eurogeos, the Commission is only one of the partners in the group. So maybe if somebody from the Euro, Miko, maybe if you want to reply, because
again, but I think this is.
They can't really hear
Okay,
you.
yeah, sorry. I think it's a totally kind of correct, I think, let's say, understanding that in a way it's like the downstream of Copernicus. And there's nothing wrong about that being kind of federated also in a sense of how to get it together. Because I think Copernicus in itself is really thinking until the wholesale ends and disseminate. It has definitely not having planned that maybe we should also try to have mechanisms that put these actors on national levels, on private levels, public levels, that they somehow can also find each other better and deliver more as a full action. And that's why I think there is this very useful collaboration opportunity for the Copernicus and the EuroGeos actions, because there is this need from a Copernicus point of view, but I think we expand this even further, because we do have on national levels a lot of activities which was not somehow connected to Copernicus, and that is the fresh new AO data that we also want to have in EuroGeos. So there's just a kind of expansion in many directions of the downstream.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to elaborate on this question, because I think part of the responses have been given by Andreas Wiesbach on the complementarity between EuroGeos and Copernicus. Now, I don't know who is next on the list. I guess the gentleman here.
Yeah. My name is Steffen Fritz. I'm from IASA. I have a little bit along those lines still one question which I think is burning, and this is related to that we're in this EuroGeos funded in the call supposed to bring existing projects together, kind of organizing Europe as such by leveraging on very important existing projects. Doing just this needs money. That's my point. I think it is not so easy to just say, okay, this exists. It needs some really important coordination. So maybe some of this coordination is done on the EU level, and maybe it's not then in the end the task of that project. But if this is really the case, this goes to some degree against what is innovation. So the reviewers will assess the project against its innovation potential. So I'm just, to put it simple, you need to decide to some degree where the money goes, more in the organizational part or more in the innovation part, and there needs to be to some degree a decision based on that. I'm just opening some question which some people might also have.
As I said, the instrument which is used for this call is an innovation action. So there is no discussion about it. It's not a coordination action, it's an innovation action. But okay, this funding element is one out of many, because as I said, we are all around the table. So it means that there are the countries, there are the organization. I see Jean-Noël Thépaut, there is ECMWF, for instance. There are many organizations. I think we have to look at it in a very collective approach.
Thank you. Lefteris Mamais, Director of Evenflow and also Technical Manager of GeoCradle. Just a comment on sustainability and a question as well. On sustainability, I think exactly because it's an innovation action and it kind of sets the tone, the importance is in basically having a concrete business planning around the applications that will be brought forward, and a business planning that takes into account the users. And here is the question and suggestion at the same time. I haven't seen as such a provision for the involvement of user communities, even though in projects, for example, like Send4Cap that was mentioned earlier, there is this type of organized involvement, meaning that you have, for example, the paying agencies, and you have a group of paying agencies, and these are then the interlocutor for those application sectors where Europe can really bring a concrete contribution to specific, let's say, geo initiatives, but also to a specific sector with a sustainability perspective and so on. I would really like to see if there are views on that, if there is a, let's say, vision behind that, also in relation to the fact that here we're looking at marrying Copernicus, which does have the user forum and a user community, let's say, ecosystem building and so on, and this EuroGeos opportunity.
Well, again, I have some ideas about it, but I think it was indicated today several times that the involvement of the commercial sector is one of the elements. I think in the criteria for the coordination group of EuroGeos, one of the criteria is about the possible involvement of the commercial sector in those applications. So I think, I mean, I don't see any contradiction with the context of the initiative right now. Is there any other question? Because I would welcome it very much. Otherwise, I think, so this was the official launch of the initiative today. I think it was important to have to mark the day, in a sense, to have this milestone. I think the group which is developing EuroGeos in Europe, so the European, the high-level working group, is perfectly aware of the challenge. But having said that, we are going to carry on, and in particular, I think this group is going to, the next task is going to try to identify better what are the best priorities for Europe, and where the best application for citizens, government, researchers, and also are going to be defined. Now, with this, I would like to thank everybody for your contribution and participation, because it was a small room. It was sometimes painful. I see people standing for a while already. And I would like then to thank you very much for your help and for this, creating this EuroGeos community. And also, I would like to thank the speakers that have done a great deal of job to try to show what is the sample of activities which are already existing and which we can build. And also, I would like to thank them for looking into the future, in a sense, as well, and providing some elements. They are certainly going to be very useful for the coordination group to put in place or to define better the EuroGeos practical implementation. And with this, I wish you have a good evening. Thank you very much.